Okay, on the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Montez Deshawn Hopkins, 25-02626 FY, appearances for the record.
Your Honor, good morning. Assistant Prosecutor William Crino on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Also present and seated at council table for me here today are Detective Benjamin Brandenburg with the Lansing Police Department and my paralegal Samantha Corso.
Jacob Ferrone on behalf of Montez Hopkins, who's seated to my right.
Okay, today was the date that was scheduled for preliminary examination, one count of open murder, possession by felon, and possession by prohibited persons and some carrying concealed weapons charges. And my understanding is that we're ready to proceed today.
Your Honor, thank you. On behalf of the people, we are ready to proceed here today. The people do have some preliminary matters that we want to discuss as it relates to conducting the exam. However, I was just pulled out of the courtroom and spoken to by Mr. Perrone, who has an issue that he would like to raise to the court. So I'm going to let him do that, raise his issue. Once the court has made their decision on that, if we go forward here today, then I want to put those preliminary matters on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perrone.
Yes, I discussed this matter with my client this morning. There's been some difficulty in the visitation with Egler Reception Center because of limited visitation. Gone over most of the discovery with him, but given the breadth of it, making a request at this point in time for an adjournment to afford me more of an opportunity to go over everything with him so that he is adequately apprised of the situation and confident with his understanding of the case going forward with the preliminary examination.
This was issued in September.
Yes, Your
The motion is denied.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes,
Can I put something on the record as well?
you absolutely can.
My probable cause was held without me. I did not deny my probable cause hearing. I did not even know.
You don't have to deny a probable cause hearing. I don't
saying
know what
didn't
you're
even know
talking
it
about.
took place. I wasn't there for my probable cause hearing.
The probable cause conference, it's not a hearing. It's a
Alright.
conference to determine whether or not we're going to run an exam or if there's some issues that need to be addressed. Maybe if your attorney did not receive discovery. It looks like your probable cause conference was back in October.
Right, I didn't even have no knowledge of it. And then at the same time, I have no mandatory discovery to prepare a proper defense pertaining to my case. And also, you know what I'm saying, that's a violation of, by me not having my probable cause.
That's not a violation. Your
Our
probable cause
conference.
conference is for, there was a probable cause conference that was held. I was not the, looks like the judge that presided because it's someone else's handwriting. But it tells us here, Mr. Perrone did appear, that there was a request for an adjournment, and that there was no objection by the prosecutor. And so discovery was in progress at that time. And so it was reset for November. And so for your exam. So there's been no issues and there's been no communication of an issue up until the time that I have a courtroom full of people and it's time to run the exam. And so the exam is going to run today. We're not calling witnesses back here for this purpose. And this has been pending. You've been arraigned since September.
Right, but I'm saying I'm.
Department of Corrections transported you here today for this purpose. And so there was ample time. The courts had no information brought to them prior to this, that there's been some hindrances and Mr. Perrone's ability to have visits with you while you were in the custody of the Department of Corrections. I don't know what those hindrances could be because attorneys visit their clients all the time.
We only allow visitation on Mondays at limited times and then Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So I've got.
That's ample time. That's ample time, especially when we're talking about since September.
I don't have nothing pertaining to my case.
That, if you at this point have not received discovery from your attorney, that's a breakdown between the two of you that the court's not aware of. You didn't go over discovery with your client? I thought you just said that you did do. Okay. So again,
I wasn't able to get the entire packet of discovery in for.
I didn't see the police report.
Can we see what's going on in the hallway, please? Ross, you just walked right through that, huh?
They're mad at me.
So free, you can feel free to come up. Okay, again, I'm denying the motion to adjourn at this time.
Your Honor, thank you. Given the court's ruling, there are some preliminary matters for purposes of exam here today. First of all, I have provided to counsel and to the court a detailed exhibit list. All exhibits are marked, and we don't anticipate too much fight here today about the exhibits. I did want to put on the record, Your Honor, that I have essentially paper exhibits or a lot of paper exhibits as well as media exhibits. All of those we put onto a thumb drive, so I'll admit the hard copies with the witnesses, and then we can put them on the screen so that the whole courtroom, to include the court, can look at those without me standing and holding it up for the court. The second thing, Your Honor, is People's Exhibit 1 is the report from the forensic pathologist in this case, pursuant to Michigan statute. That is admissible without the necessity of the testimony of the forensic pathologist. So at this time, pursuant to statute, I believe without objection, the people will move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 1. And lastly, Your Honor, there is one of the counts in this case, it's count 2 is felon in possession or firearm by a prohibited person. The record should reflect that we do have a sort of conviction, Your Honor, for the defendant's prior specified felony. Rather than admit that into evidence, it would be potentially prejudicial to do so given the nature of the offense. We're going to put a stipulation on the record here today as it relates to count 2, Your Honor, that the defendant has in fact been convicted of a felony conviction or a specified felony conviction. So there will be no need for purposes of proving that element to establish the prior conviction. So those are all the preliminary matters that we have, and we anticipate 6 witnesses here today, Your Honor, all who are prepared and ready to go.
Thank you. I also am going to clarify the record, because as I said, I don't believe I was the judge that presided over the probable cause conference because I was on leave. I do see here that there was a probable cause conference in which you were present via Polycom
No, I
from
did
the
not-
jail, from the Department of Corrections.
I never attended that.
That's referenced here. It's reflected from the notes from the Department of Corrections that you were properly written, that it was scheduled for October 2nd for Zoom, that you appeared, that Perone was retained late, and that the defendant requests adjournment for representation.
That was supposed to be my preliminary exam.
No, that was not the preliminary exam. That was the probable cause conference.
I had a paper set preliminary exam.
I'm not concerning myself about what your paper says. I'm telling you about what happened. That was the probable cause conference. Okay, sir? And your paper said probable cause conference because that's what the copy in my file says. All we do is make a photocopy. It says probable cause conference, October 2nd. Your preliminary examination was at the time scheduled for October 9th. It was adjourned after that. Okay? Mr. Perone,
Yes, Your Honor.
as to the prosecutor's preliminary matters.
No objection.
Okay, so People's 1 is admitted.
If I can approach, Your Honor, with People's Exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional preliminary matters before we call witnesses?
Thank you. Nothing for the people.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You can call your witness.
Thank you. People call Officer Jake Ellis to the witness stand.
Sir, can I help you? If there's nowhere to sit, then you can't be in here. You have to have a seat. Thank you. Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have a seat. Please state your first and last name and spell both.
Jake Ellis, J-K-E-E-L-L-I-S.
See, counsel.
Good morning, sir.
Warren,
Can you tell the court where are you employed?
the Lansing Police Department,
In what capacity are you currently employed with the Lansing Police Department?
the Violent Crime Initiative,
How long have you been a police officer with the Lansing Police Department?
just under 7 years.
What is your current assignment with the Lansing Police Department?
Currently, I'm in VCI, but time of the sense I was in night shift patrol.
Can you tell Judge Simmons, please, what are your current job duties as a member of the BCI team with the Lansing Police Department?
Investigate violent crime in the greater Lansing area, apprehend fugitives.
Sir, I want to direct your attention specifically to the date of July 20th of 2025. Were you so employed and working as a police officer on that date, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell Judge Simmons, please, what was your assignment on July 20th of 2025 with the Lansing Police Department?
I was assigned to night shift patrol in the north end of the city.
And were you working in the early morning hours of July 20th, 2025?
Yes.
What hours or shift were you working that evening?
Our night shift is from 8:30 p.m. to 6:30 in the morning.
What part of the city of Lansing were you working in?
The north end of the city.
Officer Ellis, were you working alone or with a partner?
I had a partner with me, a recruit that I was training.
And what was the name of your partner, if you recall?
Catherine Rogers.
Were you in full police uniform that evening, sir?
Yes.
And riding around in a fully marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
All right, sir, with that foundation, I want to direct your attention approximately to 2:42 a.m. Sir, did there come a time when you were dispatched to the location of 3200 North Waverly Road?
Yes.
And is that within the city of Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan?
Correct.
Can you tell the court, please, why were you dispatched this first time to that location at 2:42 a.m.?
We were dispatched initially for a noise complaint. One of the neighbors within the complex called about a large party that was going on.
Can you tell Judge Simmons, please, what exactly is located at the location of 3200 North Waverly Road?
The Waverly Place Apartments complex, but mostly known to officers as Mount Vernon.
All right. So the Waverly Place Apartments, can you describe to the court in general terms, what does that apartment complex look like?
It's a mixture of townhomes and apartments. Sits in southeast of the intersection of North Waverly and North Grand River.
Understanding that address, sir, can you tell us what portion of the city is that in? Is that considered the south side or the north side of the city?
The northwest corner of the city.
And what are the major cross streets for that location of 3200 North Waverly, please?
To the west, you have North Waverly. To the north, you have North Grand River. And then the south portion, you have Wilson Ave.
All right. So it sounds like that area has two geographic addresses. Can you tell the court, please, what are the geographic addresses that cover the Waverly Park Apartments?
There's Waverly addresses and Wilson addresses.
All right, so let's talk about that. Sir, if I showed you some photographs of that location, would you be able to recognize that location for the court?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness, if I could. I'm going to hand you what's been marked into evidence as people's proposed exhibits 2 through 6, please. If you could just thumb through those and let me know if those are photographs of that area of 3200 Waverly, please. Okay, are those photographs of that geographic location?
Yes.
And sir, do some of these photographs depict the Waverly portion of the apartments as well as the Wilson portion of the apartments?
Yes,
These photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict that geographic location, sir?
they do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move admission at this time of people's proposed exhibits 2 through 6.
Any objections to people's 2 through 6?
No objection, Your Honor.
People's 2 through 6 are admitted.
I'm going to publish these to the court and then I'm going to put them on the overhead screen, Your Honor, for some questions. All right. Officer, showing you what's been put on the overhead screen as people's admitted exhibit number 2. Can you tell Judge Simmons where geographically are we looking in people's exhibit number 2?
You're looking towards Wilson, which would be like the south portion of that complex. And then on the right side of the picture, which would be to the west, would be Waverly.
All right, so that we're looking sort of at the split between the Wilson portion to the left and the Waverly portion to the right. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right, showing you people's exhibit admitted number 3, please. What are we looking at geographically in people's exhibit number 3?
That's portion of the same parking lot. The building, the apartment building that you can see right there is a Wilson address. So that is the same area, Wilson and Waverly.
We notice in people's exhibit number 2 and exhibit 3 that there appears to be crime scene tape apparent in those photos. Is that correct?
Correct.
There also appear to be yellow evidence placards on the ground. Is that also correct, sir?
Correct.
When you first responded to the loud noise call at 2:43 a.m. I'm assuming those weren't placed there at that time.
That is correct.
Okay, so these are photos that were taken sometime after your initial response that evening. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, showing you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 4. What do we see in People's Exhibit number 4?
Yeah, and that is that same general vicinity of Waverly and Wilson. This is looking east. So if you come off of Wilson Avenue, you go into the parking lot, and that's facing. I'll turn around, but yeah, that's back towards like beyond that building right there is going to be where the address is.
All right. So again, 2, 3, and 4, they show this Waverly Park Apartments address, both the Waverly side and the Wilson side. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right. So back to your initial response at 2:42 a.m., sir. When you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you actually observe when you arrived on scene that morning?
When we arrived into that main parking lot area, there was a large crowd, I'd say roughly 300 people.
And what did those people appear to be doing when you first arrived on scene that night?
We could hear lots of music come from vehicles, some come from like apartments, so the doors were open. Once they started seeing patrol cars pull in, it's pretty evident that people were starting to store and hide what appeared to be alcoholic beverages. And everybody started to move out of the parking lot and immediately got into the grassy areas, which is private property.
So the areas that people were initially congregated in when you responded that night, are they depicted in those photos that we just saw, People's Exhibit 2, 3, and 4?
Yes.
All right. Was it just you that responded, or did other officers respond to that noise complaint, party complaint that evening?
There was multiple officers that responded.
After you responded and made those observations, what, if anything, did you do to begin to control the size or what was going on with that party, please?
We tried making contact with the whole entire parking lot was ringed with, like you want to call them sub parties, like small groups of people. We tried to tell them like, hey, like this is loud. We're getting lots of calls from the neighbors. Like this party has to end. It's almost 3 a.m. You got to shut this down. Nobody was responsive to that. We tried blaring our sirens right next to groups of people, and nobody flinched, nobody left, and it became pretty apparent that they were going to break up the party.
Understanding that the party was in large part on private portions of property, how much enforcement ability did you actually have with the party that evening?
Very little to none.
Did there come a time when you and other officers actually cleared this initial party scene that you arrived on that night?
Yes.
What time did you clear the scene initially, please?
We left at approximately 3:20 in the morning.
So it sounds like you were on scene just over 40 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. After you cleared the party, do you recall where you went next while you were on patrol that morning?
I don't remember exactly. It was back further to another portion of North Venice City, but south of that location though.
All right, I want to move ahead now to about 23 minutes later at 3:43 a.m. Was another dispatch received for police emanating from that location of 3200 North Waverly?
There was, yes.
And can you tell the court, please, what was the nature of the second dispatch that was received by officers that morning?
An anonymous caller, well, I believe it was probably anonymous, in that area complex call and said there's still a large party going on and they believe that there are sounds of physical fighting and other party noises.
Did you specifically respond to the second dispatch at 3:43 a.m., sir?
I was dispatched along with other officers.
All right. I want to take you now ahead 5 more minutes to 3:48 a.m., so approximately 28 minutes after you first cleared the scene. Did you receive a third and final dispatch to respond to the location now of the Wilson portion of the Waverly Park Apartments?
We did, yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what was the nature of the dispatch that you received at 3:48 a.m.?
We were dispatched to 3884 Wilson for a shooting. Dispatched by as a male had been shot at that location.
All right, so this would have been 28 minutes after officers cleared the party. You were dispatched for a shooting at that location. Is that all accurate, sir?
Yes.
All right. This time you were dispatched to the Wilson portion of Waverly Park Apartments.
Correct.
All right, I want to show you on the screen, please, People's Exhibit number 5. All right, this location that we see in People's Exhibit number 5, can you describe for Judge Simmons geographically where is this inside the Waverly Park Apartments?
So when you pull into the main entrance off of Wilson Ave, you pull in, and if you were to take a left, kind of the bottom portion of that parking lot, that's what extends to. So the building on the left side of the photograph is Wilson. If you were to look straight ahead, that'd be out towards Waverly.
I think you described the specific address of the dispatch as 3884 Wilson Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that location of 3884 Wilson Road, is that also within the city of Lansing, within Ingham County, Michigan, sir?
It is.
All right. So I want to talk about your arrival on scene. Did there come a time when you actually arrived at the location of 3884 Wilson Road on dispatch of a shooting that morning?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the court where specifically did you go with your patrol car when you arrived on scene?
We pulled our patrol car into the entrance from Wilson. Could see a large group of people that looked pretty frantic to our left. So we parked our patrol car and that's when we ran that direction.
All right, when you exited your patrol car, sir, were you in the vicinity of what we're looking at here in People's Exhibit number 5?
Yes.
Showing you what's on the screen as People's Exhibit number 6. Tell the court what we're looking at in People's Exhibit number 6.
So that is the location where we found the deceased laying at between those two parked cars. The one with the hoodie on it, the silver, the Hyundai, and the vehicle just left. They used right between both of them.
All right, so let's talk about your observation, sir. You told us that you arrived on scene, you saw a large crowd of people in this vicinity, you got out of your patrol car and you approached. Is that all accurate?
Correct.
Now we're at the point in time where you arrive at this location we see in People's Exhibit 6. Tell the court exactly what you observed when you arrive at the location we see in People 6.
There's a group of people. You can see a subject laying on the ground on his back, and there's a group of people trying to do CPR. So myself and Officer Robertson moved them out of the way and immediately began life-saving measures.
You indicated that you observed people giving CPR to this person. The people that were giving CPR, were they official persons like police officers or fire department, or were they just normal citizens?
There are normal citizens that had been at the party.
The person that was giving CPR, was that a male or a female individual?
I believe it was females.
And that individual, were you able to name, identify that person, or that's an unknown person to you at this time?
To me, that was unknown.
All right. So with respect to the victim that we see on the ground, tell the court exactly what you observed about this victim. What did he look like and what was his placement on the ground?
He was laying on his back. His head would have been almost near the front tires on both those vehicles. His feet were kind of extended in the parking lot. He appeared pretty, almost immediately, I could tell he was not conscious, wasn't breathing. And so that's when we began CPR on him.
All right, this individual, this was a male individual?
Correct.
And can you describe for us what this male individual's race was? Was he white, black, or something else?
He's a black male.
Sir, during the course of this investigation, were you able to identify or name identify the victim that you observed laying on his back at that location of People's Exhibit number 6?
Yes, we did.
And what was that individual's name, please?
DeAndre Campbell,
And do you know how old DeAndre Campbell was, please?
36 years old.
All right.
Give me just one moment. Don't know why the jail is zooming in. What's your name, sir?
Hello.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your name?
Innocent Oriental.
Okay, your attorney said that you're gonna continue to exam, so you're all set, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so you described that Mr. Campbell was on his back and he appeared to be unconscious or unresponsive. Is that all accurate, sir?
Correct.
Were you able to observe any physical or apparent physical injuries to his body?
Yes, the main one that we noticed was a gunshot wound under his left armpit.
Were you able to observe how many apparent gunshot wounds he had, or just notice that one specific gunshot wound?
That one, I don't remember on scene initially, but that was one that was extremely evident.
Right. With respect to the gunshot wound you observed under his arm, are you able to recall whether it was under his right arm or his left arm?
It been under his left arm.
All right. So did you move the individual aside that was assisting Mr. Campbell at that point in time?
Yes,
Did officers undertake resuscitative measures?
we did.
What did you do, please?
I started with CPR. As I was doing that, Officer Robertson and Officer Rogers were cutting off his shirt so we could try to further assess injuries. We applied I think it's Officer Rogers applied a chest seal to that wound under the armpit because it was spraying blood out. So we were trying to apply pressure to keep the blood from getting pumped out. Eventually, Officer Robertson swapped places and she began CPR and I maintained pressure.
So did there come a time when the Lansing Fire Department arrived on scene?
Yes.
Tell Judge Simmons what happened, please, immediately after the Lansing Fire Department arrived on scene.
So once the fire department showed up, they brought the stretcher up right behind our location. Then we assisted with lifting Mr. Campbell off the ground and placing him on a stretcher so then they could have the care and they transferred him to the hospital.
All right. Do you know how long the Lansing Fire Department tended to Mr. Campbell, or was it an immediate kind of load and go where they put him on the?
It was a load go. They got him on the stretcher, the back of the ambulance, and they were off.
All right. So now I want to move on to after the point in time when Mr. Campbell was removed from the scene. Could you describe for Judge Simmons, what was the scene like that night inside the North Waverly Apartments?
It was chaos. It was chaotic.
Okay, when you described that it was chaotic, what did you observe that led you to the conclusion that it was chaotic?
There was still a couple hundred people up there, lots of screaming, yelling. People obviously were not happy that the police were there. They're not happy that the incident happened in its entirety. So we began to have to push the crowds back so then we could get our crime scene tape up and secure the immediate scene with the victim had been located.
All right, looking at People's Exhibit number 6, where Mr. Campbell was laying, when you first made contact with the scene, given where Mr. Campbell was that your understanding of where the quote crime scene was at that time?
At that point in time, yes.
Tell the court what, if anything, you did to control this chaotic crime scene with people milling in and about that night.
Officers were physically pushing people out of that area. And then we used the yellow crime scene tape to secure that immediate area.
All right. Can you tell the court initially what area was taped off when officers were securing the scene?
I don't remember the exact, but it was that general area around those vehicles, kind of into the parking lot where like another row of vehicles would be. That was the crime scene that we had at that point in time. So we established that we need to secure that area.
All right. As your investigation continued that night, what, if anything, did police do to search for ballistics evidence, fired shell casings, bullets, things of that nature?
We had to look through the parking lot on the ground for shell casings, if there's any fire projectiles that were laying there, and eventually we did locate shell casings.
All right. Could you go back, please, to People's Exhibit 3? All right. So showing you People's Exhibit 3, did there come a time when you actually saw items of ballistics like shell casings inside the parking lot?
Yes.
Tell the court where those fired shell casings were and if we can see those in People's Exhibit number 3, please.
So that it's kind of dark in the photograph, but that tree and that object to the right is a dumpster. So in between, and there's like townhomes to the left side of that photograph, they're out of view. So in that driveway area is where we found shell casings. And if you were to walk straight in the photograph and go to the right, that's where Mr. Campbell had located. Can
you tell the court, please, where were the shell casings located in relationship to where Mr. Campbell's body was actually found when you arrived on scene?
They're approximately 20 yards away.
So not right immediately in the area where Mr. Campbell was located, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, did this, in your mind, at least as a responding officer, expand the area of the crime scene that night?
Yes, it did.
And where did it expand it to, please?
We put up new tape further into the parking lot towards the like Waverly addresses, so we could expand that crime scene to include where Mr. Campbell had been located and with the shell casings.
So ultimately, that entire area between where the fired shell casings were located and where Mr. Campbell's body was found in between the cars, was that taped off and secured by road patrol officers that morning?
It was.
Lansing Police Department, excuse me, has a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
Yes.
Their job is to specifically go through and itemize possible pieces of evidence at a crime scene like a homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that your job on scene as a police officer?
No, we just look for the initial evidence that we can locate, get that area secured to allow CSI to further process it.
And to your knowledge, sir, was a crime scene investigator called out to process the entirety of the area that had been taped off by uniformed officers that night?
Yes.
Last couple questions, sir. Did there come a time when officers on scene tried to identify any video camera footage that might have captured the shooting of Mr. Campbell in the parking lot that morning?
Yes.
Tell us what officers did, please.
Officer Adalski, he had, from his experience as a CPO, had access to City Housing Commission apartments, which this complex is included at, so he had access to the cameras. So he's initial one to open up the application and allowed us to view them.
All right. Was some video footage obtained that captured the time when Mr. Campbell was shot in the parking lot?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, after viewing that camera footage, where inside of the parking lot did you conclude that Mr. Campbell was actually shot?
It would have been that area where those placards are, just in between those townhomes and garbage, the dumpster.
So though Mr. Campbell was located about 25 feet away between the two vehicles, police determined that the shooting occurred in the area where the casings were located. Is that all correct?
Correct.
After reviewing that camera footage, did police initially make a conclusion as to who might have been responsible for the shooting?
Initially, based on the video, we believe that it was a vehicle that had stopped next to Mr. Campbell.
Did you continue to look at the video that was obtained that night?
Yes. we did.
Okay, and did your opinion or did police opinion change in any way as to whether the shooter was inside the vehicle or the shooter was actually on foot that night?
After further review, sometime later, it was determined that there was a subject on foot behind the vehicle that had been the one that fired.
Okay, and further inquiry, would that be better off for the detective and for the footage itself to show the court here today?
I believe so.
All right. In terms of keeping this scene secure, understanding that it was initially chaotic and taped off, did officers do anything to maintain scene security that night?
Yeah, we stayed on scene. We also had mutual aid, so other jurisdictions came to assist due to the large crowd with securing everything. We had crime scene tape up, and then we stayed on scene as night shift until we were relieved by day shift officers.
And during that entire period of time, from your response to when you left that morning, was that scene in fact secure in your opinion?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you on scene when the crime scene investigator showed up to process it?
It might have just gotten there. I don't remember exactly.
All right, sounds good. But you were on scene at least till early morning until the next shift took over. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
So at 3:20, you cleared the noise call at the complex?
Correct.
And were you riding with Officer Alexis Robertson at the time?
I was not, no.
Were you riding with another officer?
Yes,
And which other officer were you riding with?
Officer Rogers.
Do you recall making any statements regarding somebody potentially getting shot as a result of the significant amount of people that were at the complex?
I do, yes.
Why did you believe that was a possibility? Is there anything from previous contact with this complex that made you believe that?
Yes, I've been in this complex numerous times for weapons being fired, and my experience, I've been to numerous shootings and homicides, and the majority of those stem from large parties, early morning hours, alcohol involved.
What was done over the roughly 30 minutes that you were there to try to clear the crowd?
Like I said, we were literally parked next to people, blaring our sirens, and our patrol vehicles were extremely loud. People didn't budge. We tried talking to people, IDing people, and nobody wanted anything to do with the police and wouldn't engage with us.
And subsequent to that, you stated that you were, you followed up after that cleared call to somewhere on the north side.
Just another part of the north end of the city, yes.
And you received the fight call at 3:43.
Correct.
At 3:43, did you start back to the scene?
We began to initially, yes.
Okay, did you get the 3:48 911 dispatch prior to arriving at the complex?
We did, yes.
How long prior to actually getting to the complex did you receive the 3:48 dispatch?
It took us a couple minutes driving, the emergency driving.
Okay, and when you arrive on scene, how many people, number of people would you estimate were in the vicinity?
I would say there's probably 200 to 300.
And as far as the people that were around Mr. Campbell, how many people were around Mr. Campbell when you arrived?
There's maybe 5 or 6 people around him.
And there was a female that was performing CPR,
Correct.
and you took that CPR over.
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you turn over CPR to another officer?
Yes, Officer Robinson took over for me.
Okay. And what did you do after Officer Robinson took over?
I began to apply pressure to that gunshot wound in the armpit.
And how long was it until the paramedics showed up?
On scene in the moment, it feels like an eternity. I would say it was a couple minutes.
And so you're talking around 4 o'clock in the morning? Did the paramedics show up roughly?
Yeah, I would say probably just before that.
And what time did your shift end?
My shift ended at 6:30 in the morning.
What did you do between 4 o'clock and 6:30?
We canvassed the scene for any sort of ballistic evidence. We canvassed for any witnesses. We reviewed some of the video, and we just maintained scene security until it was taken over by the next shift.
Was the group of people that were surrounding Mr. Campbell, were they questioned?
I believe so. At that point in time, my focus was providing the best medical aid that I could to him. So I don't know exactly what they went after. We cleared them away from them.
Do you know if any of the officers, other officers on the scene questioned the witnesses that were immediately surrounding Mr. Campbell?
I'm not 100% aware if they did or
I
not.
don't know if their information was taken down,
I
potentially
myself,
being witnesses.
that I don't know.
How long did it take for a detective or CSI to arrive on the scene?
I'd say detectives were there before CSI was. I would say maybe an hour or so before detectives got there, and the CSI would have been shortly after that.
And when detectives arrived on scene, about how many people were left?
Officers or citizens?
Citizens.
There was probably still 50 to 60 people kind of milling around.
And the video camera footage, you got that directly from the City Housing Commission?
Correct.
And you stated that initially it was believed that a Honda Pilot was involved
Yes,
because of its proximity to the alleged shooting.
correct.
And did you guys do any follow-up on the Honda Pilot?
We attempted to try to find any sort of like personal like doorbell cameras or something that would have caught vehicle leaving, try to grab a license plate. At that point in time, we were unsuccessful.
Did you review the video and did you get a view of the back of the car to see a license plate?
We tried, but due to the camera systems, we weren't able to get a license plate off of it.
Okay, so if I told you there wasn't a license plate on it,
That would make sense, but we didn't get one.
would you have been able to attest to the fact that it was not something that you could follow up on because you didn't have the necessary information because there wasn't a license plate?
I mean, at that point in time, we didn't have an exact license plate, but if some form of intelligence records or some personal knowledge from other officers, they recognized that vehicle, that was something that we could follow up with.
And why was the Honda Pilot believed to be involved?
So the vehicle pulled in, it stopped as Mr. Campbell was walking around the driver's side of the vehicle. And on the video, you can see where he starts grabbing the left side of his body after he was shot. He began to run and the vehicle took off. So initially, that's what we believed.
So it appeared that there was a confrontation between the people in the Honda Pilot and the other parties that were involved initially?
Upon our first view of the video, yes.
And did you secure the area until you were relieved at 6:30?
Yes.
What did securing the area comprise of?
So we keep our patrol cars there, some headlights on, some have them off, but we stay within the tape. We keep an eye on the tape, the crime scene tape, make sure people aren't coming within the tape, and keep our essentially officer presence there to allow the scene to get processed eventually by CSI.
Did you identify any potential witnesses?
There was a gentleman I talked to initially that was over by the scene. He wasn't super cooperative, wanted to give me much information.
Was there anybody else out of the significant number of people that you identified that could potentially be a witness?
Me, myself, no. There was other officers I know that did talk to people. That was the one gentleman I know that I talked to. That was some time after the shooting incident.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Officer, understanding that we'll get into the issue of the video quite a bit later, just so the record's clear, why did you change your opinion as to the involvement of the SUV that drove by Mr. Campbell as the shooter in this case?
So once we reviewed it later on, we could see appeared to be a subject for a supply hoodie. He was been on like the trunk, near the trunk of that vehicle. As the vehicle, he was coming around, the vehicle started to leave. It's pretty apparent that the subject was shooting, appeared to be from like a hoodie pocket. You can see a muzzle flash and the very obvious shape of what appeared to be a firearm.
All right, and that individual that you observed shooting through the hoodie, that person was walking and on foot, correct?
Correct.
And that person appeared unrelated to the SUV that coincidentally was in front of Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. People call Mercedes Lopez.
I was just making sure I didn't have any.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No
My
problem.
apologies.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused, Officer Ellis. You can call your next witness.
All right, thank you. People call Mercedes Lopez, please.
Raise your right hand. I need you to stand and raise your right hand first. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury? You can have a seat there. There is a microphone that's in front of you. The purpose of that microphone is so that the court reporter who's sitting to my left can take down everything that's being stated in the courtroom. That microphone is not going to amplify your voice, so I need your responses to be loud and clear, okay? And speak as if you're speaking to the person all the way in that corner so that everyone can hear you, but really so that I can hear you. If there's a yes or no question, you must answer yes or no versus a or or head nod, head shake, because we can't write that into the record accurately. If you forget, we'll ask you if it's a yes or no, okay? Lastly, if you don't understand a question, you can always ask. And then if there's an objection from either side, you stop speaking immediately. I have to make a ruling on that objection, and then I'll tell you if you're allowed to respond to the question or not, okay? Okay, thank you. No, that's normal. Okay, I want you to state your first and last name and then spell both.
Mercedes Lopez, MERCEDES LOPEZ.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lopez. Can you tell Judge Simmons how old are you, please?
26.
Ms. Lopez, I want to direct your attention to July of 2025. Did you know a person in July of 2025 named DeAndre Campbell?
Yes,
How did you know DeAndre Campbell?
we've been together for 4 years.
When you say you were together, were you in a romantic or boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him?
Yes,
And how long, when did you start dating Mr. Campbell?
year of 2020.
You said you had been together for 4 years, is that correct?
Yes,
How old was DeAndre Campbell in July of 2025?
36.
Did you and Mr. Campbell have any children together?
Yes,
How many children do you have together?
1,
And is that a boy or a girl?
a boy,
How old is your son with Mr. Campbell?
4.
Ms. Lopez, I want to direct you to exactly that time of July of 2025. I want to ask you, on what side of town were you living with Mr. Campbell at that time?
We had just moved to Grand Ledge.
I guess I should indicate you were living together with Mr. Campbell, is that correct?
Yes,
When did you start living together with Mr. Campbell?
2020.
So as of July of 2025, approximately 4 to 5 years that you've been living with him?
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
And you indicated that at that time you were living together in Grand Ledge, is that correct?
Yes,
How long prior to July of 2025 had you been living in Grand Ledge together?
like a week or 2, 2 weeks, no less.
All right. I'm gonna ask you 2 hard questions, okay? Your boyfriend DeAndre Campbell, is he alive or deceased? And was the date of his death July 20th of 2025, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about that night, okay, and the events leading up to Mr. Campbell's death. Is that fair? Okay. So I want to specifically refer you to the evening hours of July 19th and then into the overnight hours of July 20th, okay? Did you and Mr. Campbell go out together that night?
yes.
What time did you and Mr. Campbell go out that night?
We left the house like 11-ish, maybe, like after like 10:30, 11, I want to say. It was kind of late.
So around 11 p.m. on the night of July 19th, 2025?
Yes,
All right. And when you went out that night, can you tell Judge Simmons who all went out with you that night?
We got picked up from his friend that we met on the game like 4 years ago. And they were coming from out of town. They live in like Wisconsin and Washington. And they were coming to Grand Rapids to pick up their children. So we were all just going to go hang out.
You
All
said
right.
friends that you met on the what?
I'm sorry.
You said friends that you met on the what?
He met them on the game.
Oh, okay.
For like, he's known them for like 4 years.
All right, so let me unpack that a little bit for the court, okay? First of all, you said you were picked up by some of DeAndre's friends. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Are you-
sorry,
You're doing great.
sorry.
And can you tell, please, what exactly was DeAndre's friend's name?
We call him WAP.
Did he have an actual name besides the nickname WAP?
I can't remember his real name.
Does the name Devin Cotton sound familiar to you?
I've never heard his real name before.
Okay, so you only knew him as the nickname WOP or WAP, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that DeAndre knew WAP from something called a game. Tell us what that means, please.
We play like the PC, so it's like a virtual reality game where, you can just meet people online. It's like a GTA
Gotcha.
game.
Had DeAndre ever met WAP in person before this date, if you know?
Yes, we hung out with him the night before.
Okay, so the night before when you started hanging out with him, is that the first time that DeAndre had actually met WAP in person?
No, that's not the first time.
Okay, do you know how many times or how long they had known one another?
So he's known WAP for about 3 years, but we have hung out with WAP and his girlfriend about 6 or 5 times.
All right. All right, so you've hung out 6 or 5 times previously, and then this particular evening, they had been in town visiting in Grand Rapids. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were coming from out of town to go pick up their kids. Summer was ending, so her kids, his girlfriend's kids were in Grand Rapids, but they were making a stop to come see us as
Gotcha. And you said that WAP had a girlfriend. What was WAP's girlfriend name, please?
Amber.
No, Amber's last name?
No, no.
All right. So when you went out that night, who was driving?
WAP.
And whose car were you driving?
WAP. We were in WAP's car.
All right, so did WAP and Amber come over to pick you and DeAndre up that night to go out?
Yes.
And that happened around 11 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, so that's all accurate so far?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Now, when DeAndre went out that night, do you recall what DeAndre was wearing?
Oh,
If you can recall.
I don't remember.
Okay, very good. Do you recall whether it was warm or was it a standard summer night back in July of 2025? Okay. Now, did you have plans when you first got picked up, or were you just going to see where the night led you that evening?
Just basically where the night leads us.
After WAP and Amber picked you and DeAndre up, where did you first go that night?
We stopped at a liquor store on Saginaw. If you're coming from Grand Ledge, the liquor store on Saginaw, so we stopped there first. That was
Right.
our first stop.
And what did you stop at the liquor store on Saginaw for, please?
To grab tobacco roll-up leaves and alcohol.
Did you actually buy some alcohol?
Yes.
Do you recall how much or what you bought that night?
I want to say it was like, I can't remember.
All right, but you,
We for sure bought alcohol.
gotcha, all right. So did you all four get back into the same car together after purchasing the alcohol and the tobacco products?
Yes.
Okay. And where exactly did you four go next, please?
We went to the Shuffle.
All right, so let's talk about that. Are you familiar with a location called the Lansing Shuffle?
Yes.
What is the Lansing Shuffle?
It's like a bar type, like clubby type food.
Gotcha. Had you ever been there before that night, July 19th and 20th, 2025?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, please, where geographically in the city of Lansing is the Lansing Shuffle located?
Downtown.
You know exactly where it is downtown?
Downtown, like by the water.
And why were you, DeAndre, WAP, and Amber going to go to the Lansing Shuffle that night?
Just trying to find something to do. They were out of town. They're from out of town, and we're clearly from here, so there's not too many things to do in Lansing. So that was just like the first place. And plus, we were going there to meet up with my friend Cheyenne. She was going to meet us there too, hang out.
All right. So that particular night at the Lansing Shuffle, was there anything specific going on, or was it just a normal night kind of at the club there?
I'm not sure if they had an event going on or not, honestly. We never went inside. So when we got there, we, of course it's hot outside. So, there's an seating area outside. So When we got there, we kind of just, we're just drinking, wandering outside, asking what was going on. We asked a few people like what was going on and,
Gotcha.
anything, if there was any like plans or any parties or anything going on.
All right, sounds good. So I want to kind of get right to the point where you arrived that night. So the four of you did arrive at that area of the Lansing Shuffle that morning, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know if you got there before or after midnight?
We can say we probably got to the shuffle maybe after midnight.
When you got to the Shuffle, do you recall where WAP parked his vehicle that evening?
Yes, we parked, there's a parking lot like on the left side where you have to like pay to go in there to park. And that's where we had parked at.
Is that an outside parking lot, like an open air parking lot, or is it an inside parking lot?
It's an outside parking lot.
So you parked your vehicle, or WAP parked the vehicle in the outside parking lot, is that correct?
Correct.
Did all four of you get out together?
Yes.
And did all four of you walk to the location of the Shuffle?
Yeah, before we walked there, we waited for Cheyenne to go up.
Right. What is Cheyenne's full name, please?
Cheyenne and Michelle.
What's
Cheyenne and Michelle Henry, sorry.
Can you spell Cheyenne for the court, please?
Syana.
And whose friend is Cheyenne's?
That's my friend.
And were you intending or planning to meet Cheyenne that night?
Yeah, we had already talked about it.
Right. Did there come a time when Cheyenne actually showed up and met you at the Shuffle?
Yes.
How long had you been at the Shuffle before Cheyenne got there?
Probably not even like 10 minutes.
Where did you meet up with Cheyenne?
She pulled in the parking lot where we had parked at and came in there and parked next to us.
Okay, great. So now tell the court, did the now five of you actually go inside the Lansing Shuffle that night? And if not, tell us why.
No, we did not go inside.
Why didn't you go on the Shuffle that night?
We didn't go inside just because, I don't know, we just were like outside in the lounging area where all the lights were at. It was a lot of people inside, it was a lot of people outside. So we just never even made it inside. Plus, it was already kind of late. That's why I think it was like around after 12 that they closed their door like 1:30, 1:40. So.
All right, sounds good. Was there a cover to get in there that night?
Now that I'm not sure.
Okay. So you told us you didn't go into the Shuffle and you sort of congregated outside. Where exactly did you congregate outside while you were at least at that general location?
There's like a balcony area that's connected to like the Shuffle. And we were just like walking that for a little second. It wasn't even like on the bridge by where the water was at. It was just like the little balcony area where the tables where you could sit at. So we weren't there long, but we were just walking there and we seen a few people that we know Lansing small. We were just asking questions like, what's the word? Like, where's everybody going next? Where everybody's gonna be at?
Gotcha. All right. And that area that you were hanging out on the balcony, is that an outdoor area?
Yes.
Just a couple more questions about that. Do you know if there is windows between the outdoor area that look into the Shuffle? Do you know if there's like windows where you can see into the
Yes,
Shuffle?
there is.
Okay. So conceivably, if you're inside the Shuffle, you could see somebody sitting outside on the balcony where you guys were sitting. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you, DeAndre, and your three friends remain outside the Lansing Shuffle that night?
It couldn't have been no longer than like 25, 30 minutes.
You said that you had been talking to people that night about what might be going on.
Yes.
Okay. And did you learn about any events that might be happening in the city, social events that might be happening after hours that night?
Yes, they said either the after hours or it was something going on in Vincent Court or there was something going on in Mount Vernon.
Okay, Mount Vernon, are you familiar with the Mount Vernon complex?
Yes.
Is that now called North Waverly Apartments?
I'm not sure.
Right.
That's the new name.
Is it over at the location of 3200 North Waverly though? Does that sound where Mount Vernon is?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly.
You see that photograph that we have on the screen, People's Exhibit number 3? Does that look like the Mount Vernon apartments that you ended up in that particular night?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So when you refer to that area right there, you call it the Mount Vernon apartments. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So when you left the Shuffle, where first did you go after leaving the Shuffle?
We went to, I think we tried to go into Tin Can. So after we left the Shuffle, we pulled up to the Tin Can, which is a downtown bar that's right kind of next to the Shuffle, really walking distance. And we pulled there and they were trying to charge to get in there, but it was closer to club closing time, so it was like.
All right, so you didn't go into the Tin Can.
We walked in there in like the beginning area and figured that out that it was a charge, and then we just walked right back out. So we went in there long ago.
Gotcha. Where did you go after you all left the Tin Can together?
We went to the parking lot and we sat in the parking lot for a good like 10, 15 minutes.
What did you do together in the parking lot for that 10, 15 minutes?
Really just taking shots, just, talking, just hanging out, honestly.
All right, so did there come a point in time that morning when you actually did drive over to the Mount Vernon apartment complex?
Yeah, so after we had left the tin can, we went to the Mount Hope and Cedar liquor store
Okay.
before they closed. And then we had drove past the after hours and seen that the after hours was closed. So then we went straight towards Mount Vernon. And
All right. Gotcha. When you went to Mount Vernon, who drove over to Mount Vernon?
walked.
And who all was together between the trip from the liquor store over to Mount Vernon Apartments?
So Cheyenne was trailing us, but in the car, it was me, Wap, and Dre.
Okay. And did there come a time when you actually arrived at the Mount Vernon apartment complex that morning?
Yes.
Ms. Lopez, do you know what time it was exactly that you got to the apartment complex at Mount Vernon that morning?
No.
All right, when you got to the Mount Vernon apartment complex, what, if anything, did you first observe when you got there? Were there people there?
A lot of people
Where were the people congregated when you got there that night?
everywhere, the whole parking lot. It was,
So
the whole
tell,
parking lot was full.
tell us exactly what happened once you got to Mount Vernon that night, please.
When we got there, we parked our cars. Me and Cheyenne parked right next to us. It was 2 parking spots parked. We got off the car, just stood in front of the cars like everybody else was doing. And you feel me, it was just like everybody was just in front of their cars or just lounging around walking. So we just stayed in our area in front of the cars. Lansing is little, so everybody knows a little bit of everybody. And, of course, like friends of friends were coming up towards us. And then like we just had like our little clique and our little circle. We just stayed by our area and just was there just kicking.
So fair to say the 2 cars arrive parked next to each other, you get out of the cars all together, is that correct?
Yes.
You see people that you know or that you have connection to and you begin socializing, correct?
Yes.
Anything unusual at that point in time or just a normal night out partying?
No, just a good time.
Okay. Now, when you were socializing with those people in front of the cars, was DeAndre with you at least initially?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and DeAndre separated?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We separated twice. We separated for me and Shad to go use the bathroom, and we came back, and then we were all, kicking it for a little minute.
Mhm.
A fight broke out, and DeAndre never followed me towards the fight.
Okay.
So that's when we had separated.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the fight. Were you still hanging out, congregating in that area by your car when the fight broke out?
No, when the fight broke out, everybody kind of like shifted towards the fight. So we weren't by the car no more.
How far away from you where you were was this fight when it started? The persons involved in the fight?
If we could do like car wise, I'd say from when the first fight started, it would be like 5 or 6 cars down, maybe like 7 cars down from where we were parked from where we moved to where the fight was at.
Did you have an opportunity to see the participants in this fight?
Yes.
Did you know any of the participants in the fight?
No.
How many people were actually involved in the fight?
It was 2 girls.
All right, so that was gonna be my next question. Were the people in the fight men or were they women?
Women.
And was this a fist fight or were there some weapons involved?
It was a fist fight.
Okay. So about 7 to 10 car lengths from you, 2 women that you don't know got into a fist fight with each other, correct?
Yes, correct.
And do you know anything about how that fight started or what that fight was about?
No.
Okay. When that fight started, what exactly did you do next, please?
So when the fight had initially started, Dre had a friend that we knew that was parked by the garbage can. So when the fight started, we were sitting there talking to him and, kind of just watching like from where he was parked at. And then, I'm sorry, what was the question?
I just was wondering, what exactly did you do after that fight started? Like,
Okay, so so we were there by the car, when the fight had first started, and the fight lasted it was like a long fight, like they kept shifting areas. And when the fight had ended up towards like the back of the apartments, and like the crowd was like kind of following it. So like as me and Cheyenne were kind of following the crowd, that's kind of when we got separated. And then I went towards the back and clearly Dre stayed in like the parking lot area.
all right, so I'm gonna stop you right there. So we have a couple different time frames. One is your first arrival and the second one is that fight. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
How long do you think it was between when you arrived and that fight that you just described started, please?
We had to be there before the fight started. We had to be there like a good hour and a half.
Okay, so let me talk about that, please. During that hour and a half, did DeAndre have any altercations or problems or issues with anyone at the party that you saw?
No, we were having a good time.
Okay, so it was a normal socializing night? Okay. Now, during that period of time between your arrival and this fight that you described, at any point in time, did the police come to that party for a different reason?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Whoever called the police because the fight was going on and it was so many people out there. And when the police had came, they came deep, but they were only there for like 10, 15 minutes. They were trying to get the crowd to separate and everybody go home, but nobody ever went home or just separated. So the police kind of just left.
All right. So we have your arrival on scene. We have the police coming before the fight sometime. We have the fight happening, and that all goes on in about an hour period. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. So it sounds like after this fight, you and DeAndre separated from one another and kind of lost touch with each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Did something happen to DeAndre after this?
Yes.
All right. So how long after you and he separated from the fight did something happen to DeAndre?
Not even 2 minutes.
All right. And I'm going to ask you some hard questions about that, okay? So you and DeAndre separated. During the period of time that you separated, did you know where he was? Were you looking at him? Did you even see where he was?
No, I never turned around to see if he was following me.
So you were focused on the fight at that point in time?
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't know where DeAndre was, correct?
I knew he was when we were focusing on the fight, we were all by each other. But when I walked off with Cheyenne towards the fight, when it went towards the back, I never turned around to see if he was following me or not.
All right. What's the next thing that happened, please?
When I walked towards the back, I heard the gunshots go off. And I picked up my phone and I was calling him. I know how he is. I knew he was going to be looking for me. So I called him 4 or 5 times, but he didn't answer. So I ran around the apartment complex and was going towards the car. When I got going towards the car, everybody started screaming my name. And when I got towards the car, that's when I seen him on the ground.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about that, okay? You said that you heard gunshots. Take a moment, all right?
Yeah.
You said that you heard gunshots. Did you know where those gunshots were coming from when you first heard them?
No.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Maybe 4, 5. I'm not sure. Around there, not too many, but not 1 or 2.
Did you see anybody in possession of a gun at the time the gunshots went off?
No.
Did you see the person who was shooting the gunshots?
No.
So this is just something that you heard, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry. No
When
problem.
the gunshots went off, what was your immediate reaction? Did you look? Did you get down? Did you run? What did you do?
I ran towards the back of the apartment building, towards somebody's back door, and ducked down and picked up my phone and started calling.
Why did you run and duck down when you heard the gunshots?
Everybody was just, dispersed and everybody was, you feel me, running and going crazy. And you feel me, my first instinct was okay, you feel me. I wasn't knowing if they were shooting in the air because the fight, just shooting in the air, or if it was my first thought was not nobody getting shot at all.
And how would you describe the scene at that point in time? Was it chaotic?
Chaotic.
All right. When the gunshots went off, did you have any belief at that time that this was related to DeAndre?
No.
Okay. So you started calling DeAndre, is that correct?
Yes.
How many times did you call DeAndre?
5 times.
Why did you call DeAndre?
Because I knew he was going to be, you feel me, he was already going to be mad because, you feel me, I went to the fight and then the shots went off. So I know he was going to be where are you at? You always walking off, or where are you at? And, so I was just trying to call him. I knew he was going to be mad. I got to get back to him. Shots went off. So.
All right. You told us that people started calling out to you then at that point in time?
Yeah, when I had ran around the building and ran towards, when I was running towards the car, there was already a crowd surrounding over him. And they see me. And when I was running towards it, was say. And once I got to the car is when I seen him.
All right. Can you go to the next picture, please? I'm going to show you a picture.
I'm sorry. Say, what does that mean?
That's what my nickname.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit number 6 here, and it's going to be a little tough for you to look at, but I just want to show you People's Exhibit 6, please. Back, please. All right. See those 2 vehicles here?
Yes.
All right. That's been described by the first responding police officer as the area that DeAndre was. Do you remember that, given the circumstance, that's the location where he was?
Yes.
Can you tell Judge Simmons where exactly was DeAndre when you first saw him?
He was in between the 2 cars.
And can you describe for Judge Simmons, please, what his body position was? Was he on his front, his back, his side, something else?
He was on the back.
Do you recall in your mind's eye what DeAndre's clothes were at that point in time?
I'm not sure if he had like a white shirt on, or I'm not really sure.
You don't remember?
I can't. Yeah,
Okay.
not the clothes.
When you saw DeAndre on the ground, did you go up to him?
Yes.
Tell the court exactly what you observed about DeAndre when you went up to him, please.
When I had seen him, I was screaming out his name, and then they said I had passed out. And when I had, from what I remember, when I got back up, I just laid on him, and I was just like yelling to him, like, you know, just like, please don't leave me, like, just don't. And then some girl was giving him like
CPR?
CPR, yeah, and they had pulled me away from him and was like, you know, trying to get me to calm down, like, you know, you feel me, don't need to see this, but you feel me, I was still like, you know, let me be with him, like, no.
You made contact with DeAndre. Was he awake and conscious, or was he out of it?
He was just out of it, like he was breathing heavy, just like looking.
I gotcha. And did you observe any injuries to him, blood or injuries on his body?
Like, can you elaborate?
Yeah, did you observe that he appeared to be injured anywhere on his body?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I just seen a lot of blood coming from like this area, but I didn't really want to touch it because I didn't know if it was like a chest shot or like through the armpit or anything like that. It was just over here.
All right, and you're describing the left, you're moving with your hand to the left side of your body for the record, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you observed that somebody was giving him CPR on scene?
Yes.
You were not the person that was giving him CPR?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said that you kind of passed out or blacked out at that point in time?
Yeah, they had said that I had, well, I don't remember, but they had said that I had passed out.
What's the
I
next
fainted.
thing? Sure, what's the next thing that you remember happening, please?
I remember seeing a girl named Devonna that I used to go to school with, that used to be super close with my cousin. And at that moment, I feel like it was just like a comfortability thing. Like, I know you, so you feel me? It was so much going on. So I remember just grabbing her by her shirt and just like screaming, crying, like, please, and dropping down to my knees, like, please, please. And she was just kind of looking at me like, dude, like, you feel me? Like, she didn't know what to do. Like, she was shocked.
Gotcha. When DeAndre was on the ground, when you first saw him, did you see anything around his body? Had he dropped anything, touched anything, anything of that nature? Or was it just his body?
His shoe, one of his shoes were off. I think one of his shoes were off. His phone was by him on the ground. And that's really all I can remember that I said.
Okay, and I know this is hard because time kind of compresses in a traumatic situation, but from the time that you heard the gunshots to when you first observed DeAndre, do you know about how much time elapsed there? Was it pretty quick?
It was super quick. It didn't take me like no longer than like 60 seconds to run around the house and get to the car.
All right, and
Probably not even that.
so after seeing him within that 60 seconds, all you saw around his body was his phone and one of his shoes that had come off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when the police department and the fire department arrived?
Yes.
And was DeAndre removed from the scene?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This gentleman in the back. Is this man sitting next to you? You're the one that's sleeping. Okay, he needs to wake up or he's got to relinquish his seat. You have to wake up or you have to step outside, okay? Thank you. Yeah, you can cross-examine.
How long have you been had you been in a dating relationship with DeAndre?
4 or 5 years. I started dating him in 2020.
And, did you know if he had a concealed pistols license?
I want to say maybe in the beginning he did when I first got with him, but I
Okay.
think he got to like pulled over and I think he like lost it or something like that. I don't know.
What was DeAndre's occupation?
He didn't have no job. Like, he wasn't working at that moment.
You know how he paid his bills?
That's not really, I don't know. Just always agree. I leave that in his hands and that's just, I'm the mom that stays at home, take care of it.
You stated to police that DeAndre was very well respected in the area. What did you mean by that?
Well, he's a good person. He's a good heart. Like, wouldn't nobody want to hurt him? He's a good dude. He can go anywhere comfortably. Like, he has like a lot of respect.
Do you know if do you have any altercations the night that this all occurred with
No,
anyone else?
no,
Do you recall going to the Cedar Liquor Store?
yes.
Did you go into the store with them?
Mm, yeah. I think we all went to the store.
There was there any issue that night between DeAndre and one of your other child's fathers?
That wasn't that same night. That was like a week prior or 2 weeks prior.
What happened with that?
Well, I'm
Um,
going to object to relevance. You know, there's no indication that this individual was here. There's no individual indication he was involved in an altercation that night. I don't think there's relevant, and I also think it's going to start breaching into specific instances of conduct for purposes of character.
It's irrelevant.
She said that his character was good and that nobody had a problem with him, but she just testified that somebody had a problem with him and there was an altercation.
And the character rules will specifically state that he can ask her about general reputation in the community, but that specific instances of conduct are not admissible. That she would have to know about those, and it's just an evidentiary mess. So I would continue my objection on that basis.
Objection sustained. You do not have to answer that question.
And how much liquor did you guys buy at Cedar Liquor?
a fit.
And do you recall what time that was?
It had to be before the liquor store closed, because by the time we left downtown, it was already kind of late. So we were trying to make it to the liquor store before we figured out where we were going to our next destination.
You went to the West Saginaw party store that night also?
Yeah, that was like when we got picked up, that was our first stop.
Bought alcohol at that store also?
Yes.
How much did you buy at that store?
So we had 2 fifths, a fifth at the first store, and then we got a fifth at the next store.
You also went to the Shuffle.
Yes.
Did you guys drink at the Shuffle?
Our liquor, yeah.
You drank your liquor inside the Shuffle.
No, we never went inside the shuffle.
Never went inside the Shuffle.
Never
How
went
about Tin
inside the
Can?
I'm sorry.
Tin Can you didn't get into? You never went into
Tin
Tin
Can,
Can?
we walked through like the first door, and then we didn't go in because they were trying to charge, and it was already kind of too late.
When you came into contact with police at the hospital, did you get in some type of a physical altercation?
My little sister did with somebody, and then you told me I had to intervene.
You were placed in handcuffs.
Yes.
And no one ended up pressing charges.
No.
Was that related to this incident?
I mean, I'm not sure really why the incident even went off with the fight in the first place, honestly. I think it was everybody's emotions were just high rising, and it was just a lot going on that day.
And when you're in handcuffs, were they questioning you about what you'd seen
No,
on the scene?
no.
How far on the scene was your car parked from where DeAndre ended up falling eventually?
He fell in between where we both parked. So the cars is where I think he was trying to go back to the car. I'm not really sure. I think he might have been trying to run towards the car or whatever, but he was in between Cheyenne's car and Watt's car when I went up to him.
And you were there with Ram. That would be DeAndre Campbell's brother.
Yeah, they're like brothers.
And his name's Rico Bozeman.
Rico was not with us.
Okay. But Ram is Rico Bozeman's friend.
Yeah, they're all brothers, friends.
Now, when you started to watch the fight, did you guys, how far did you walk to see the fight before you heard the gunshots?
So the fight lasted kind of long, and it was like moving everywhere. So from when we walked away from the car, we were probably like 5 to 7 cars away from like where the fight was at. So it wasn't like a far walk. It was like we started watching the fight by the garbage can. Like there was a garbage can, and then we were parked like 5, 6 cars away from the garbage can. So we didn't walk too far.
So initially DeAndre follows you and he's walking with you towards the fight.
Yeah, it was like we were all going towards the fight. And then we seen one of his friends in a car, like that was just like, chilling there by the garbage can. So when we were watching it, we were standing in that area, and then, the fight's going over here, And then it just so happened, once it headed towards the back, you know, clearly if we're standing over here, we can't see. We've been watching it for like 10, 15 minutes already. Me and Cheyenne went towards the back, and I never turned around to see if Dre followed me or not.
So it could have been 10 minutes that he wasn't with your group. He could have been away from your group for 10 minutes or,
No, he wasn't away from the group for like 10 minutes or nothing. He was never like initially by himself. Like when I walked away from him and Cheyenne walked away from him, I still like, he was still with like, you know, who was in the car, and in that area, it was a lot of people out there.
so initially you saw him walking after you towards the fight.
No, he never walked after me toward the fight. I never turned around. So when I took off, I just went towards the fight. I never, not one time, turned around to see if he was following.
And did he have any interaction with his friend that was in the car?
Yeah, we were all talking. We all said hi to him and everything like that. But you feel me? I would assume he probably still stayed by there. I don't know, because if my back's turned, I can't see if I'm walking towards the fight. So you feel me? I don't know if they were still talking or what was going on when I was walking away.
Recall what type of a vehicle it was?
It was, I think it was like a blue SUV.
Make and model?
No.
And when you finally go to the scene after you hear he's shot, about how many people are around Dre after he's been shot?
Like, it was a lot of people, like, I don't know, like 15 people. It was all hovering him. I don't know. It was a lot. I didn't sit there and just count how many people. I was kind of out of it. I just know it was a whole crowd.
And do you recall throughout that night, at any point in time, did you see Mr. Hopkins?
No.
Have you, before that night, ever seen Mr. Hopkins?
No.
Did you know anything about Mr. Hopkins prior to that night?
No.
You never seen a incident where he actually shook hands with Dre?
No.
Okay. Were you friends with Mr. Hopkins' cousin, Rashonda or Diamond?
Sean Diamond. Yes. Smith. Yes, I know him.
Okay. You know that they're related to Mr. Hopkins?
No, it's not none of my business to know, or I don't care.
No further questions.
Thank you. So I'm clear, you refer to DeAndre as Dre. Is Dre the nickname or the word you would use to call him?
I'll call him Dre or Babe.
Okay, sounds good. And just so I'm clear, with respect to those vehicles over there, and you said something that I didn't know, do you recognize those two vehicles where DeAndre ultimately landed that night?
So Cheyenne's car is not in here.
Okay,
Because when the situation was happening, it was like two police officers that were not trying to allow me to leave because I was his girlfriend and I was on scene. I had his blood on me, etc.
sure.
It was one lady officer that kind of seen me over there going through it, and she went and talked to somebody, and they let us go through the caution tape so I could get to the hospital.
Okay.
And that's why Cheyenne's car is not in this picture right now.
Okay, with respect to any of these cars, do you recognize any of the cars that were involved? Is one of them Watt's car?
One of them has to be WAP's car. I just don't know if it's like, I don't know if, I would assume they probably came in a rental, drove it down here. So if that gray car is a rental car, then that would have to be WAP's car.
Okay. Was it your impression that DeAndre, when he was running, was trying to get back to the vehicle that brought him there?
That's what I assumed. Like once the shots went off, our initially instinct is to run back towards the car to get on. So I would assume like when it happened, maybe he was trying to go back to the car and then drop.
All right,
That's
so
what I think.
so whether those are the exact cars or not, that's the location where you parked when you first got to the party. Is that accurate?
Yes, I want to say Cheyenne's car might have been, if that's Watt's car, Cheyenne's car might have been that empty spot right there.
All right, that clears it up. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, this witness may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next witness would be Tara Trentham.
I actually, I can have counsel approach. You need a break?
No.
Oh. Have you stand and face me and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You can have a seat, please. There's a microphone that is in front of you. The purpose of the microphone is so that the court reporter can pick up the sound in the courtroom, but it is not going to amplify your voice for us. So we need your voice to be loud and clear. Your responses must be verbal, no head nods, head shakes, uh-huhs. Then also, if there's an objection, you will stop speaking so I can make a ruling on the objection. I'll advise you if you can give that response or not, okay? State your first and last name and spell both.
Tara Tretton, TARATRENTHAM.
You can proceed, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Trentham. Can you tell Judge Simmons, how old are you, please?
25.
And are you employed?
I am.
Can you tell the court what you do for a living, please?
I'm a caregiver
What type of caregiver are you?
at a senior facility.
Ms. Trentham, I want to direct your attention to July 19th and 20th of this year, 2025. Do you kind of remember back to that time?
A little bit.
All right. And I want to ask you about some relationships that you had with some people in your life. In July of 2025, did you know a person by the name of Montez Hopkins?
Yeah.
How did you know Montez Hopkins?
He's my kid's uncle.
And so when you say he's your kid's uncle, how does that relationship work? How is he your
His
kid's?
brother is my child's father.
Okay. So Mr. Hopkins' brother is the father of your children. Is that correct? Is that yes? Okay, very good. And how long had you known Mr. Hopkins before July of 2025?
For 7 years.
And can you describe for Judge Simmons, please, what was your relationship like with Montez Hopkins on July 19th and 20th of 2025?
It was good.
Would you consider him to be family?
Yeah.
Okay. The person that you've name identified as Montez Hopkins, would you recognize him if you saw him?
Yeah.
Is Mr. Hopkins in the courtroom here today? If he is, could you point him out for Judge Simmons, please?
Yeah, he's right there.
All right. Your Honor, record should reflect identification of the defendant Montez Hopkins by this witness.
Any objection to identification?
No objection.
So noted.
All right, Ms. Trentham, can you tell Judge Simmons, please, on July 19th and 20th of 2025, what was your address?
601 Pine Forest Drive.
601
Yes.
Pine Forest Drive?
Yeah.
And where is Pine Forest Drive located?
East Lansing.
Okay, so 601 Pine Forest Drive, East Lansing, Michigan, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of residence is located at 601 Pine Forest?
Apartment
What was your apartment number back then?
104.
Is that a particular apartment complex?
No. Oh, it's just called Hidden Tree.
Hidden Tree, very good. And can you tell the court, please, where is Pine Forest, excuse me, 619 Pine Forest near Hidden Tree, in Hidden Tree, where is that located geographically in the city of Lansing? Can you give us an idea of the cross streets, please?
Saginaw and Harrison.
Very good, thank you. How long had you been living at that address at 601 Pine Forest, apartment number 10?
Almost a year.
So you've been living there almost a year prior to July 19th and 20th of 2025?
Yes.
On July 19th and 20th of 2025, who, if anyone else, was living at your residence at Pine Forest?
My 2 kids,
How old were your kids, please?
5 and 2.
Now, where was the defendant, Montez Hopkins, living in July of 2025?
He was staying between places.
At any time, if ever, prior to July of 19th and 20th of 2025, did the defendant ever stay over at your residence?
A few times.
How often did he stay over at your residence?
A couple times a week.
When did he start staying at your residence, please?
A little shortly after he got out.
And when was that, please?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, was it in 2025, or was it in 2024?
2025.
And how many months had he been staying at your apartment from time to time?
2.
So for about 2 months prior to July 19th and 20th of 2025, Mr. Hopkins would stay at your house. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How often did he stay at your house?
Couple times.
All right. Did the defendant keep any personal items at your residence?
Yeah,
What type of personal items did he keep at your residence?
this is closed
And where did he keep his clothes inside of your residence?
in the living room.
In what type of a container in the living room?
Tote,
A tote?
yeah,
Where did he keep that tote in the living room?
I had it in my hallway.
All right. And when the defendant would stay at your house, would he sleep over sometimes?
Sometimes
Okay. And where would he sleep when he slept at your house?
on the couch,
And you let the defendant do that, isn't that correct?
yes,
All right. So it was you and your two children living inside that apartment, and then on occasion, a couple times a week, the defendant would stay over at your residence, correct?
yes,
When he did, he would sleep on the couch with your permission in your living room, correct?
yes,
And then he maintained some of his personal items in a tote that you kept in your hallway. Is that all accurate, ma'am?
yes,
Okay. Now, in July 19th and 20th of 2025, ma'am, did you own a vehicle?
yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what type of vehicle you owned?
A 2020 Nissan Rogue Sport,
A 2020 Nissan Rogue Sport, is that correct?
yes,
And what type of car is that?
the black SUV,
All right, if I showed you a photograph of that, please, would you be able to recognize that vehicle?
yes,
All right, I want to show you what's been marked into evidence as People's Proposal 7 and 8. Take a look at those yourself, please, People 7 and 8. And you let me know when you're done looking at those. Do you recognize the vehicle in People 7 and 8?
yeah,
And is this your 2020 Nissan Rogue vehicle?
yes,
And this is the vehicle that you were the owner of on July 19th and 20th of 2025. Is that correct, ma'am?
yes,
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to move admission at this time of People's Proposed Exhibit 7 and 8.
Any objection?
No objection, ma'am.
People 7 and 8 admitted.
Put those on the screen, please. All right. So how long had you been the owner of that 2020 Nissan Rogue Sport vehicle, please?
since March of 2025.
Who used that vehicle in July of 2025?
Me,
Who else used the vehicle?
I let my sister use it a few times, CSPO.
How often did Montez Hopkins, the defendant, use your 2020 Nissan Rogue vehicle, please?
Very rarely, like once a week,
And what did he typically use that vehicle for?
just to go CSPO.
And did you allow him to use that vehicle?
Yeah,
And you said, how many times did he use it, please?
once a week.
Did he have keys to that vehicle?
When I gave him to him, yeah,
Did he have his own set of keys for that vehicle?
no,
Did he only drive that vehicle with your express permission typically?
yes,
Okay. Did you have a cellular phone back on July 19th, 20th, 2025?
yeah,
And what type of cellular phone did you have?
an iPhone 11,
All right, if I gave the number 517-230-6809, was that your phone number back in July of 2025?
yeah,
Okay. All right, thank you. With that foundation, I want to talk about the later evening hours of July 19th into the early morning hours of July 20th. Is that fair, ma'am?
yeah,
Okay. And you were living at that location on Pine Forest that particular set of nights, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall what time you went to bed on July 19th, 2025?
around like 9:30, 10.
And it sounds like you were home that night, is that correct? Were your children home in the house?
Yeah,
And you went to sleep around 9:30 on July 19th, 2025?
Yeah.
Right. Now, was the defendant Montez Hopkins with you staying on July 19th, 2025?
Yeah.
How long prior to July 19th, 2025 had Mr. Hopkins been staying with you?
Mm, just about a month and a half before then, but it was like very slightly.
Okay, so he had been, how, was it continuous? He'd been living there for a month and a half up to July 19th, or did he just there sometimes, as you said?
Just sometimes I've taken the work.
All right. But on this particular night, July 19th of 2025, he was staying at your house. Is that all accurate?
Yes,
All right. And was the defendant Montez Hopkins home inside the house when you went to sleep on the night of July 19th, 2025?
yeah,
I'm sorry?
yes,
He was inside your residence about 9:30 when you went to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with respect to your vehicle, was your vehicle at the residence when you went to sleep that night at 9:30?
yes,
And where was your vehicle located when you went to sleep at 9:30 in the evening that night?
It was in the parking lot across from my apartment.
Did you have a place where you typically kept your car keys?
No,
Okay. Were your car keys inside the residence though that night when you went to sleep?
yes,
All right, do you know where your car keys were?
no,
Prior to going to bed that night, had the defendant requested your permission to take the Nissan Rogue that night?
yes,
Okay, what time did he request your permission to take it?
I don't remember.
Was it before midnight that he requested it, or was it after midnight that he requested it?
Before.
And did he tell you what he was going to use the vehicle for?
He was just going out.
Going out socially?
Yeah.
Did he tell you who he was going out with?
No.
Did he tell you where he was going at that time?
No.
And you allowed him to use the vehicle?
Yeah,
Previously, you told me that you only used it once in a while when you would take him on a specific type errand. This night, you were allowing him to use it socially, though?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Okay, was that unusual or different than normal?
no,
How many times had he used the vehicle socially before that particular night?
only a couple times before.
All right, so it sounds like your answer from before is a little bit expanded, that he would use the vehicle to go see his PO, and then he would also use the vehicle for social occasions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know what time he left the house in your vehicle that evening?
No, I don't remember.
Would it have been after you went to bed?
Yeah,
All right, I want to direct your attention to approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. Were you sleeping at 1 o'clock in the morning?
yeah,
All right, were you contacted by somebody at that point in time?
yeah.
Who were you contacted by?
Okay.
How did the defendant contact you that night?
He called me.
Did that call wake you up?
Yeah,
Did you speak to the person on the other line?
yeah,
Did you recognize the call, who was on the other line?
yeah,
Did you recognize it as the defendant Montez Hopkins?
yes.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Hopkins tell you at 1 o'clock in the morning on July 20th, 2025?
He was just checking on me.
What else did he tell you?
That was it.
You were interviewed by the police in this case, ma'am?
Mhm.
And were you
Study
honest?
desk.
Yes,
Were you honest when you were interviewed with the police, ma'am?
yes,
And you wouldn't lie to a police officer, would you, ma'am?
no,
Because if you lie to a police officer, you know you could get in trouble for doing so. Isn't that correct?
yes,
So isn't it true, ma'am, that you told the police when you were interviewed on July 28th, that Mr. Hopkins called you and told you that he was using your car to go to the Lansing Shuffle at 1 o'clock in the morning? Isn't that true, ma'am?
yes,
Okay. So is that true that he told you that he was taking the car to the Lansing Shuffle that night at 1 o'clock in the morning?
yes.
Okay. So when you said that he was checking on you, that's not an accurate answer, isn't it? Is
He
that
was
correct?
still checking.
Okay. So let's make sure to answer our questions fully and truthfully under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yeah,
Thank you. So he called you at 1 o'clock in the morning. He told you he was checking on you and that he was taking your car to the Lansing Shuffle. That's all correct?
yeah,
And when he told you he was taking you the car to the Lansing Shuffle, did he tell you who he was with?
no,
Did he tell you why he was going to the Lansing Shuffle?
no,
Did you allow him to take the Nissan Rogue vehicle to the Lansing Shuffle that night?
yeah,
All right. How long did that conversation last?
only a few minutes.
What did you do immediately after that conversation? Did you try to go back to sleep?
Yeah,
Did you go back to sleep?
I did.
I want to direct your attention to later on that morning. Did you receive any other communications?
Yeah,
Who contacted you?
Montez.
What time did Mr. Hopkins contact you?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after 3 o'clock in the morning?
It was after.
And how did he contact you after 3 o'clock in the morning?
Called me, called.
Did that call again wake you up?
Yes,
Did you speak to the person on the other line?
yes,
Did you recognize who that was?
yes,
And who did you recognize it to be?
Montez.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Hopkins tell you when he called you sometime after 3 o'clock?
He had just said that he was gonna be late for work and he needed to be ready.
What else did he tell you, please?
He had asked me if I heard all the craziness I was doing.
So again, you were interviewed by Detective Brandenburg, is that correct?
Yes,
And were you being truthful with Detective Brandenburg when you spoke to him on July 28th, ma'am?
yes,
And isn't it true, ma'am, that you told Detective Brandenburg that when the defendant called you after 3 o'clock in the morning, he advised you to listen to a police scanner? Isn't that correct, ma'am?
yes,
Okay. So it is true that he told you when he called you that he wanted you to listen to the police scanner. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And he also told you that he wanted information on the scanner about a shooting that had just occurred on Wilson. Isn't that correct?
no, he just asked me where they were all going. I didn't have insurance on my car. So I needed him to stay clear from that.
So when you spoke to him, did you discuss a shooting that had just happened on Wilson Street?
Yes,
And did you tell him details about the shooting that on Wilson Street that you heard on the scanner?
I told him where they were going.
Where who was going?
The police.
Did he tell you why he wanted to talk about a shooting that had just occurred on Wilson Street?
No,
How long did this conversation last with the defendant Montez Hopkins when you talked about the police scanner and the shooting on Wilson Street?
just a few minutes.
Okay. And then did you hang up the phone with him?
Yes,
Were you able to go back to sleep at that point in time?
no,
Okay. Did he again call you that night, ma'am?
just one more time.
And when he called, why did he call one more time? What did he ask you?
To let me know that he was coming.
We also wanted to know additional details about the shooting on Wilson Street that you were listening to on the scanner. Isn't that correct, ma'am?
He just asked where they were,
Where who was?
the police.
And he also wanted you to check on Facebook about the shooting on Wilson. Isn't that correct, ma'am?
He asked me if I heard on Facebook what was going on.
And he wanted you to tell him any information you might have heard on Facebook about a shooting on Wilson Street. Isn't that correct, ma'am?
No,
And this is all after 3 o'clock in the morning that particular night, correct? When he was asking you these questions about the scanner, the shooting on Wilson, and the Facebook information, did he tell you where he was or who he was with?
no,
Did there come a point in time when the defendant Montez Hopkins arrived home that morning?
yeah,
What time did he arrive home?
it's like 4:30.
And what were you doing at 4:30 in the morning when he arrived home?
I had to get up so I could take him to work.
Did you see the defendant at that point in time?
Yeah,
And did the defendant have clothes on?
he had his work clothes on.
All right, can you tell us exactly what he was wearing when you first saw him?
They were just tan pants.
All right, so again, we're talking about your interview with Detective Brandenburg on July 28th, 2025, ma'am, isn't that correct?
Yes,
All right, and isn't it true that you told Detective Brandenburg, ma'am, that Montez Hopkins, when you saw him, was wearing a black hoodie and jeans? Isn't that what you told Detective Brandenburg, ma'am?
I told him a black hoodie and pants,
A black hoodie and jeans, isn't that correct?
a black hoodie and pants.
All right.
Jeans is still the same thing.
All right, so if I would show you information from Detective Brandenburg's police report, ma'am, might that reflect fresher information about what you told Detective Brandenburg that night about what he was wearing?
Black hoodie and jeans are the same thing as his work clothes.
So you would agree with me that you told Detective Brandenburg he was wearing a black hoodie and jeans when he arrived home, correct?
Yes,
And that's in fact what he was wearing when he arrived home, a black hoodie and jeans. Isn't that accurate, ma'am? Okay, thank you. When the defendant arrived home in his black hoodie and jeans, did you take him somewhere else that night?
I took him to work.
And where did you take him to work, please?
My warehouse
What time did you take him to work?
around 5.
At 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah,
Did you drop him off at Meyer Warehouse?
yeah,
And when you dropped him off, was he wearing that same black hoodie and jeans?
yeah.
Okay. And the entire time between 1 o'clock in the morning, when you talked to Mr. Hopkins and when he arrived home at 4:30, he would have been in possession of your 2020 black Nissan road vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Possibly. Take your time.
Yeah, right, excuse me. Could I just have one moment to step out and then I can come right back and speak?
Absolutely. We actually have not had a break, so if we need to take it
Yeah, but I need like about a 5-minute break at most.
off the record.
Great, thanks.
All rise.
Okay, back on the record.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So on July 28th, the police came to your house,
Yeah,
and did they arrest you?
no, they put me in handcuffs and, made me and my son sit out in the living room. What I searched the house.
How long were you in handcuffs for?
About 5-10 minutes.
Okay. At some point, they started to question you.
Mhm.
That a yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Were the cuffs still on when they started questioning you?
No,
They read you your Miranda rights? Uh, When exactly did they take the handcuffs off?
after they searched to make sure nobody else was in the house.
Or after they started questioning?
It was before.
Now, you say that Mr. Hopkins had been staying at your residence. When did he first start staying at your residence?
Shortly after he got out,
When was that?
I can't remember.
How long before the 20th, approximately?
No, 2 months prior.
He wasn't staying every night.
No,
He was staying sporadically.
yeah,
And you say that he called you and asked you to look at the scanner, to listen to the scanner.
yeah.
And did he tell you that he didn't have a problem with the individual that was allegedly shot?
No,
He didn't have any bad blood?
no,
You remember telling Detective Brandenburg that he said that there wasn't any bad blood between him and the person that he says his name would potentially come up as a suspect?
right.
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was your question?
My question is, did Mr. Hopkins tell her on the call, the second call that was made, that there wasn't any bad blood between himself and Mr. Campbell?
Okay, because you asked about his name potentially coming up, so it sounds like you merged two questions.
Right. That was the second trying to clarify. So
Okay.
she'd be able to recall.
No, he didn't say that.
So if it was included in the detective's report, that would be a mistake.
Correct.
Was there an indication from Mr. Hopkins also that you call him brother?
Correct.
Did you tell Detective Brandenburg that people were bringing his name up in the shooting?
I told him that there was a bunch of people that were talking about him.
Is that something that was conveyed to you?
That was a conversation between me and Montez
When was that conversation?
shortly after he had got locked up.
You went to bed about midnight on the 19th,
Sooner than that.
20th. And you woke up and talked to him at about 1:30.
About so, yeah.
And then there was a second call also. Did you have to wake up for that call?
Correct.
You leave your ringer on?
Yeah.
And did you have to work on the 20th?
I can't remember.
Recall if Mr. Hopkins had to work?
Yeah,
He worked at FHI?
correct.
How far is FHI from your apartment complex?
About like 15.
Okay, he calls you and tells you that he needs to get to work because he's late.
Correct.
Do you recall telling Detective Brandenburg that you got him to work around 5 o'clock in the morning?
Correct.
Do you recall that telling Detective Brandenburg that he was supposed to be at work by 4:30?
Correct.
When you received the second phone call from Mr. Hopkins, did he discuss with you the logistics behind getting to work since he was late?
No.
When did that conversation happen about going to work?
That was about around like 4, somewhere around that time. He just said he was about to be late and I just needed to be ready.
Was there a third phone call that was made to you?
There was just 3 phone calls. First time was when he called and checked up on me, and then the second call was, he had called again. He checked up again and he had just asked if I heard about all the craziness that was going on. And then, I had listened to the police scanner because I didn't want my car nowhere near any of that. And then the third call was just letting me know he was gonna be late and for me to be ready.
Were you worried when you talked to Detective Brandenburg that you may be charged with a crime?
No,
Did Detective Brandenburg indicate to you that you had a responsibility to be truthful?
correct.
Were you entirely truthful?
So what was the response?
Yes. Initially, you tell the officers that you didn't believe that he had the rogue because you didn't allow him to have the rogue. You didn't know that he had the rogue is what you told them initially, correct?
I told him that.
After that was said, you told that you could potentially get in trouble if that wasn't true.
Correct.
And that's when you made the additional statements regarding the conversations that you had with contents.
Correct.
When you spoke to Montez before going to bed about work, was there a plan that you guys had as far as him getting to work the next day?
Not really, just, I told him just make sure that he was on time so I could take him.
Okay, and what time was he supposed to be to your house to take him to work?
We didn't really give a time. He knew when he had to be to work, so I just told him to make sure he was on time.
Do you have an alarm set?
No,
And before today, well, sorry, was there any indication at the first phone call that there was any type of an issue or outstanding problem that Montez was having with anyone?
No.
So the second phone call is the first time that you're made aware that there's possibly something.
Yeah.
Before today, did you speak with the prosecutor?
the prosecutor, no.
You didn't speak with the prosecutor before
No.
testifying today? No further questions.
Can we read that, right?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Trentham. You may be excused.
Thank you. People call Officer Aaron Bush to the witness stand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
You can have a seat. State your first and last name and spell roll.
Aaron Bush, AARON-BUSH.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Bush. Can you tell the court where are you employed?
The Lansing Police Department.
In what capacity are you currently employed with the Lansing Police Department?
I'm assigned to the Violent Crime Initiative.
How long have you been a police officer with the Lansing Police Department?
About 6.5 years.
Officer Bush, when did you begin your assignment with the Lansing Police Department VCI team?
December of 2022.
And what are your job duties as a member of the VCI team of the Lansing Police Department?
I operate an unmarked vehicle in plain clothes, mostly do surveillance about every single shift. And our primary objectives are trying to locate offenders of violent crimes and be proactive policing to try and prevent violent crime.
As part of your job duties as a member of VCI, do you often assist detectives who are working on violent crime investigations?
Yes,
And do you provide detectives with assistance in locating possible suspects in violent crime cases?
yes,
Officer Bush, I want to direct your attention, please, to July 24th of 2025. Were you so employed and working as a VCI officer on that date?
yes.
And can you tell the court, please, back in July of 2025, what hours or typical shift did VCI work, if there is a typical shift?
Typically, it's 2 p.m. to midnight, which is what we were working that day.
On the date of July 24th, 2025, were you as a member of VCI requested to provide assistance in a homicide case that had occurred on July 20th at the location of the Waverly Apartments in the city of Lansing?
Yes,
Officer Bush, who requested your assistance as a member of VCI?
Detective Brandenburg.
And is that Detective Brandenburg sitting at council table here today?
Yes,
Tell the court what type of specific assistance Detective Brandenburg requested from you as a member of the VCI team, please.
we were requested to locate a suspect of that homicide.
A homicide that occurred, sir, that was over at the North Waverly Apartments on the night of July 20th of 2025. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
Can you tell the court, please, what was the name identity of the person that you were tasked with locating?
Montez Deshaun Hopkins.
Right, Montez Deshaun Hopkins, and the date of birth 1/20/95. Does that sound correct for Montez Hopkins?
Yes,
That would make him 30 years old.
yes.
When Detective Brandenburg made this request to you, sir, did he provide you with any evidence to assist you in identifying or locating this person, Mr. Hopkins?
Yes, he shared us pictures from the surveillance video at the apartment complex where the homicide occurred.
All right. The photographs that he shared with you, could you tell the court, please, what were those photographs of in general terms, please?
They were of the suspect that was observed on camera shooting and two other subjects that he was with, as well as the vehicle arriving at the complex.
All right. All right. Now, with respect to the vehicle, did you look at the photographs of the vehicle that were provided to you, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what, if anything, did you observe about the photograph that was provided to you of the vehicle that may have been involved in this homicide?
I could tell it was a smaller size vehicle, dark in color. It had two headlights with two fog lights underneath it, making 4 lights on the front of the vehicle in total. And then where a front license plate would be, there was a reflective or bright colored rectangle that led me to believe it was either a rental vehicle or out-of-state vehicle or had a decorative front license plate.
All right, very good. So with respect to you, what you were provided on the vehicle, was that type of some sort of a screenshot that was taken from a video or surveillance video at the scene?
Yes,
And from that screenshot of the surveillance video, you were able to make those observations about this subject car. Is that all accurate, sir?
yes.
All right. So I want to just digress for a moment. I want to ask you this. At the time that Detective Brandenburg made this request to you, prior to that date, had you ever personally met in a professional capacity a person by the name of Montez Hopkins?
Yes, once before that.
All right. So you had met him one time before?
Yes,
Was that in the scope of your employment with the Lansing Police Department?
yes.
And can you tell the court, please, at what address had you met Montez Hopkins the one time that you saw him, please?
620 Barnard.
All right. And how long in total did you see the person by the name of Montez Hopkins during that one prior contact?
I would say approximately 5 minutes. It wasn't a very long interaction in person. I was at the location for longer than I was talking to him.
Did you have occasion to see Mr. Hopkins' face during that interaction you had professionally with him?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to see his physical body during the interaction that you had with him that particular time?
Yes.
A couple descriptive facts about Mr. Hopkins. Can you tell us what race Mr. Hopkins is, please? Is he black, white, or something else?
Black.
And what, if anything, can you describe about his hair when you had prior contact with him?
Dreadlocks.
And what, if anything, can you describe about his build from that prior contact?
Probably just a little shorter than me, and I'm about 5'11".
And what, if any, unusual physical characteristics or features did you observe about Montez Hopkins during that prior interaction with him, sir?
He has one eye that doesn't open his left eye doesn't open as wide as his right. I don't know the cause for that, but he does have a squinted left eye.
All right. And that was a distinguishing physical feature for you of Montez Hopkins. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. I want to go back now to this date of July 24th of 2025, when you were asked to give help to Detective Brandenburg. Did there come a time when you developed an address for this person that you previously met as Montez Hopkins?
Yes.
And is that address over on Pine Forest Drive in East Lansing, Michigan?
Yes.
After you developed that particular address for Mr. Hopkins, did you go over to that location, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what is at the location of that 609 Pine Forest Drive in East Lansing, Michigan?
So asking what is just at that address in
Yeah,
general?
what's
It's an
that?
apartment complex. There's appears to be multi-unit structures with apartments within them.
Were you able to identify the name of a person who also lived at that address on Pine Forest Drive?
Yes, from the information that led us to that address, which came from the Department of Corrections.
And what was the name of the person who lived over there?
Tara Trenton.
Tara Trenterum? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I probably pronounced that wrong.
Oh, you're fine. So again, for the record, you were led to an address over on Pine Forest Drive occupied by the defendant and Tara Trentham. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did there come a time when you actually arrived at that location to investigate?
Yes.
And what, if anything, caught your attention when you arrived at that Pine Forest Drive apartment that night?
Prior to going there, we had run Miss Trentham for vehicles registered to her in lien. And upon arrival, we found the one vehicle that we did see in lien parked out front.
Can you describe for us? I'm just, for a moment, I lost my connection to the overhead camera. I don't know where that is. Oh, there you go. Great, thank you. All right, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back, officer, because I kind of muddled that testimony. So prior to investigating over there, you looked up any vehicles registered to Tara Trentham. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the result of that inquiry was, please?
She had a 2020 Nissan Rogue registered to her.
All right. And when you went over to that location, what, if anything, did you observe about the presence of a Nissan Rogue vehicle at that location?
There was a black Nissan Rogue parked right in front of the address we were provided.
Did you have an opportunity to see that vehicle?
Yes, I drove by it as it was parked outside.
All right, so I'm going to show you a photograph here, and we're going to talk about how we got to this with you in a moment, but it's been admitted into evidence and identified by Ms. Trentham as her Nissan Rogue vehicle in People's Exhibit 7. Do you see that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
When you observe that vehicle, understanding what you observed about the surveillance still photograph that Detective Brandenburg provided to you earlier, what, if anything, struck you as similar about those vehicle types?
Obviously, the color is dark in color. This vehicle, this Nissan of hers was black. That front license plate immediately stood out to me. It appeared to be white and metal, obviously reflected at nighttime. And the headlight setup was the same as the one seen on camera with the two headlights and two fog lights underneath.
All right. Now, with respect to that area where sometimes a license plate would be a bottom area, what, if anything, is depicted in that? What, if anything, is located there actually?
It's a metal plate there, but it's not a registration plate. It says Right Way Auto Sales on it.
So would that be consistent with what you described as a decorative license plate?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So did that catch your attention when you saw that Nissan Rogue and you compared it to what you had already looked at from the surveillance video?
Yes.
All right. And did you determine again that the registered owner of that vehicle was Tara Trentham?
Yes.
What did you do next on scene, please?
Myself and other VCI officers began surveillance of the address and the vehicle to further attempt to locate Mr. Hopkins, who we also knew had a parole violation warrant at the time.
Tell us exactly what happened next, please.
One of the officers on surveillance observed Mr. Hopkins get into the vehicle and drive away.
Once Mr. Hopkins was observed getting into the vehicle, what happened next, please?
Surveillance went mobile back into the city of Lansing until Mark and MSP troopers were able to conduct a traffic stop on the vehicle.
All right, so before I do this next step, sir, I want to talk about some foundational matters. The person that you have name identified as Montez Hopkins, who you've had contact with previously, would you be able to recognize that person if you saw him again?
Yes.
The individual that you've name identified as Montez Hopkins, is he in the courtroom here today? If he is, could you point him out for Judge Simmons and tell us where he's seated, please?
Yes, he's to my left, to your right, wearing a blue t-shirt.
All right, Your Honor, record should reflect identification of the defendant, Montez Hopkins, by this witness, Officer Aaron Bush.
Any objection by defense?
Objection.
So noted.
All right, officer, we're at the point in time in your story where direct surveillance has been conducted on the defendant driving away in that Nissan Rogue vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that a traffic stop was effectuated by MSP troopers. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Where was that traffic stop conducted, please?
On South Pennsylvania, just north of 496.
All right, sir. Now, the vehicle that Mr. Hopkins was in, it was that Nissan Rogue vehicle. I'm showing you two pictures on the screen. First picture is number 7. Can you identify where was this picture taken and what is it of, please?
It is of the Nissan Rogue owned by Tara Trentham, and it's at the location of the traffic stop on Pennsylvania.
Showing you People's Exhibit number 8, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And can you tell us, please, what this photograph depicts and where this was geographically taken?
this is the same Nissan Rogue owned by Terra Trumpham, and again, photo was taken at the location of the traffic stop on Pennsylvania.
Could you state for the record, please, what the registration number on the license plate is of the Nissan Rogue vehicle, please?
EYQ 3909.
All right, tell us exactly what happened next after the traffic stop was effectuated.
The MSV troopers that made the traffic stop took Mr. Hopkins into custody for his outstanding warrant. And I notified Detective Brandon Berg, who advised that he wanted the vehicle towed pending another search warrant. There was also nobody else to drive the vehicle once Mr. Hopkins was in custody. It was in the roadway, so it was towed.
Can you tell us, please, where exactly the vehicle was towed to, please?
The Lansing Police Department Operations Center, CSI garage.
All right, was it towed directly to the CSI garage
Yes,
for further processing by crime scene investigators and detectives?
yes,
All right. Now, you indicated that the defendant, Montez Hopkins, was taken into custody, is that correct?
yes,
And was he booked on that outstanding warrant?
yes.
I want to show you what's been marked into evidence in this case as People's Proposed Exhibit number 9. Ask if you can recognize and find for the court, please, what's depicted in People's Proposed Exhibit number 9.
That is Montez Hopkins at the booking center at the Lansing jail.
And this photograph was taken pursuant to the traffic stop that you just described for us, sir?
Yes,
Does this fairly and accurately depict what Mr. Hopkins looked at like when you made contact with him on July 24th, 2025?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move admission of People's Proposed number 9.
Any objections to People's 9? People's 9 submitted.
Could you publish that, please? So looking in People's Exhibit number 9 that's on the screen, can you tell us in this picture, what does Mr. Hopkins appear to be wearing?
Black shirt, ripped blue jeans, and blue, white, and black shoes.
And how would you describe his hairstyle at the time, please?
Dreadlocks pulled back into a ponytail.
And sir, what, if anything, would you describe about the way that his feet are placed and the manner that he's standing in the booking photo, please?
His feet are directed outward on at least a 45-degree angle each foot.
All right, thank you. Officer, can you tell the court, please, what are flock safety license plate readers?
They're stationary cameras. We have them here in Lansing, but throughout multiple places in the country that scan license plates as vehicles drive by and keep a record of vehicles traveling at the areas of the cameras.
Focusing on the night of this homicide, which was July 20th, 2025, in the early morning hours, what, if anything, did you do to investigate flock cameras as they relate to the Nissan Rogue vehicle that we've been discussing here today?
I entered the license plate from Terra Trumpham's Nissan Rogue for that time frame of the homicide to see if that vehicle was traveling anywhere specific.
Can you tell the court what, if anything, you observed or discovered when you examined the flock cameras from July 20th, 2025 with respect to that license plate?
I observed the vehicle was driving around that night. I saw one record northbound through Larch and 496, approximately 1:24 a.m. And then again, southbound through Pennsylvania and Michigan. I don't remember the time of that, but that one was after the homicide occurred.
All right, if your police report reflects 4:30 a.m., would that be accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And sir, with respect to that 4:30 a.m., do you know what time the shooting was in this case?
I don't know the exact dispatch time. I know it was around 3 a.m.
Okay, very good. So I can defer to Detective Brandon Berg as to the time of the shooting as it relates to this flock camera, sir?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you what's been marked into evidence in this case as People's Proposed Exhibits 10 through 13. Ask if you can tell us, please, first, in People's Exhibit number 10, 11, and 12, what we're looking at People's 10, 11, and 12.
10 is a record from the flock license plate reader. You can see the rear of a vehicle with the license plate EYQ 3909 and the location of Pennsylvania and Michigan and the date of July 20th, 2025 at 1:14.
What do we see at 11? People's 11?
11 is again a flock safety return with the same license plate, same date at 1:24. And the location is Larch and 496, northbound, sorry.
People's 12?
12 is again a flock return with the vehicle license plate license plate isn't viewable in the picture, but the flock return provides it again, is the same. And the location is Pennsylvania and Michigan southbound at 4th.
Lastly, sure, showing you people's exhibit number 13. Tell us what's in 13.
13 is a screenshot of 2 of the flock returns. The one at Penn and Michigan at 4:30 a.m. and then the one at Larch and 496 at 1:24 a.m. Both with the same license plate.
These photographs, sir, do they fairly and accurately depict items that you downloaded from the flock system pursuant to this investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to move admission, please, of people's proposed 10 through 13.
Any objection?
Objection, Your Honor.
People's 10 to 13 are admitted.
I'm going to ask that those be published, starting with people's exhibit number 10. Looking at exhibit number 10, sir, that's the rear of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing us people's 11. Again, that's the rear of the vehicle, people's exhibit number 11.
Yes.
Next one, please, 12. Number 12, that is the rear and full body of the vehicle, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And that is a timestamp of July 20th, 25 at 4:30 in the morning. Is that all accurate, sir?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Positive.
So you had a prior encounter with Mr. Hopkins before you were tasked with parole violation pickup?
Yes.
And as part of the parole violation pickup, you continued to do an investigation into the homicide by waiting for him to get in the vehicle?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
How long did you wait until you saw Mr. Hopkins get into the road?
As soon as he got into it. I wasn't the officer who observed him getting into it. I was nearby as a team.
Okay.
And
So somebody else was doing surveillance.
correct.
You were executing your parole violation warrant.
Correct.
Were you, prior to that, you were presented with photos of Mr. Hopkins in regards to the incident that you're to make a finding as to identification?
Still don't understand your question.
Did
but I
you,
provided
did you
photos.
have any photos that were presented to you to identify Mr. Hopkins?
I've had prior contact and I reviewed photos of him. Yes.
Did you review purported photos of him from the homicide?
Viewed photos from the surveillance footage. From the homicide.
And you spoke with Detective Brandenburg about Mr. Hopkins being developed as a suspect.
Yes.
Did you talk with him at all about the reasons underlying him being a suspect?
Yes, I did.
What did he tell you?
That he received information from another source. I don't know who it was or what their involvement was, that Mr. Hopkins was the accused.
Did he tell you about what the information was?
No, just that was the accused person.
Did he provide you with any photos?
The surveillance photos.
How many surveillance photos did he provide you?
I don't know the exact amount. I just know I could tell you what content I viewed.
What was the extent of your involvement in 2023 with Mr. Hopkins? How long did you interact with him?
Like I said, it was only a few minutes, I believe. There was several subjects and they were removed from the residence because of the compliance check. And some of the subjects were acting uncooperative or getting angry. So I didn't spend a lot of time interacting with individuals. I believe he was separated from me.
And based upon that short amount of time that you had with Mr. Hopkins, you were able to identify him in the pictures as the individual that was believed to be part of the homicide.
That plus reviewing photos of him. It was based off memory and documented photos of him.
Were you definitive in that assessment? Were you definitive that it was him in the identification?
Yes, I believe that was very clearly the same person.
You're able to make that determination off of a very short previous encounter with Mr. Hopkins.
Plus Photo ID, yes.
Photo ID from, do you have additional photo to compare to the surveillance videos?
There's photo ID from the Department of Corrections, yes.
I'm just gonna object for a moment because he was not requested to make an identification as it relates to the shooting. He was given photographs that were obtained from surveillance video, and he was asked for assistance in locating a person he knows as Montez Hopkins. So it would be impermissible for me to ask him to make that identification. I just want the record to reflect that we did not.
That is correct.
Okay, again, it goes to the underlying investigation, the reasoning associated with the parole violation, stop in the evidentiary nature.
You're trying to understand the reason for the parole violation stop?
No, it's, the parole violation stop has its own issues
Okay.
that need to be addressed.
I'm not
It's the
understanding.
Investigation underlying them obtaining the road, with whether that was based off of his identification. Trying to figure out who made the initial identification based off the surveillance photos.
Okay, I believe you answered that.
In the license plate, you said it has a unique license plate on the front.
The vehicle, yes, has a front license plate, which is unique to me because Michigan doesn't require front license plates. That's how it led me to believe the one on the footage was either a rental, out-of-state vehicle, or had a decorative or advertisement front license plate, similar to Ms. Trump's.
So you, based on your experience, you looked at the video and you saw that there was a front license plate on the vehicle that was purportedly the subject vehicle?
There was a front plate. I couldn't tell if it was a registration plate or not. All I knew it was a bright color and reflected at night.
And did you try to follow up? Does the license plate readers on Flock, do they catch front license plates?
I'm not sure. I believe ours here are oriented to get the rear of the vehicle in the direction that they're traveling. I assume it's based on standard for Michigan is rear license plates are the only ones required. So I have not had that experience, so I couldn't tell you for sure.
When you do the Flock search, does it give you all of the pictures that are taken at
Yes,
the intersection?
yes, and everyone I've looked at has been from the rear of the vehicle.
So there isn't any identification on the Flocks that there was a front license plate.
There's no, when I used Flock, I entered in that specific license plate.
But the pictures that you received did not contain pictures of the front license plate.
Right, the plate I entered is Michigan registration, so it's only a rear.
But the pictures that were taken didn't capture the front license plate.
Correct.
You also pulled the cell phone records for what was a phone purported to be Mr. Hopkins.
No, I did not.
Detective Brandenburg, did he provide you with any type of cellular records?
He informed me, or no, sorry, I informed him of the Flock records. He told me that it was similar in comparison to the cellular records that he observed. I never observed the cellular records.
And does the Flock system, is it at every intersection?
No,
There's major intersections?
not, it's just at whatever intersections. I don't know who decides to put them where, but they're not at every intersection.
But there wouldn't be any other Flock cameras that would have caught the Nissan Rogue with that license plate on that night.
There was, if that Nissan Rogue drove in front of a functioning Flock camera, it would capture it.
There wasn't anything other than what you provided.
Not around that time frame, no.
How often do you do parole violation warrants?
Would say as notified as I come across them. It's not a periodical schedule. occurrence.
When you do them, is it usually associated with a suspect in another criminal offense?
I would say there's no direct correlation. It could be, it could, sometimes it's just a warrant pickup.
You know, if, was Mr. Hopkins known to the Violent Crimes Initiative prior to July 24th of 2025?
By myself, at least. I can't remember exactly. Some of the former members were off the team by then, but I was familiar with them from the 2023 interaction.
You had no other interaction besides what you had in 2023?
Correct.
You believe that the picture in the surveillance photo was identical to Hopkins' physical appearance?
Yes.
Were you presented with any information that there was the back license plate that was affiliated with the vehicle associated with a homicide?
Not that I can recall.
And you observed the vehicle to be identical, the vehicle in the surveillance to be identical to the suspect vehicle that you were doing for the parole violation?
Correct.
And you based that partially off of there being similar headlights?
More so the exact pattern and the shape of, I won't say shape, 'cause I don't know the exact shape, but the layout of the front of the vehicle and the size and similar color.
And the layout of the headlights was 2 headlights and 2 fog lights?
Correct, and the fog lights are directly underneath the headlights, yes.
Aren't fog lights usually underneath headlights?
Yes, I was just saying it was still consistent.
You worked with Michigan State Police in effectuating the traffic stop?
Yes,
There wasn't any type of cell phone that was seized by Mr. Hopkins?
nope,
And at 124, the first flock on 720 shows that the vehicle was northbound on South Larch and I-496.
yes,
And the report, you indicate that the second flock from Pennsylvania Avenue in Michigan at 4:30 was 42 minutes after the homicide occurred.
I was reviewing my report and I honestly think that that might be a typo. It's supposed to be 24, but I don't remember the time of the homicide right now.
Okay. And that to you tended to lend to the fact that the road was traveling that night.
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Officer Bush?
Thank you, Detective Brandenburg, Your Honor. Detective Benjamin Brandenburg.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat. It's your first and last name and spell vote.
Benjamin Brandenburg, BenjaminBrandenburg.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Brandenburg, where are you employed?
Lansing Police Department.
In what capacity are you currently employed with the Lansing Police Department?
I'm a major crimes detective.
How long have you been a police officer with the Lansing Police Department?
Just over 8 years.
How long have you been a detective with the Lansing Police Department?
Wow, that's an interesting one. So April of 25 until December of 25, I took a sergeant promotion, and then I just took myself back to detective recently.
When you were a detective between April and December of 25, can you tell the court what type of cases were you assigned to investigate?
Shootings, homicides, robberies, so we classify as major crimes.
When you go into the detective bureau again on Monday starting, will you be doing the similar type of work, shootings, robberies, homicides, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Detective Brandenburg, I want to direct your attention, please, to the date of July 20th, 2025. Were you so employed and working as a detective on that date, sir?
Yes.
I want to direct you to approximately 4:25 a.m., please. Were you contacted to assist in the investigation of a shooting that had occurred at or near the location of 3884 Wilson Avenue?
I was.
That location is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan, correct?
It is.
Can you tell the court how were you contacted to assist in this investigation?
By phone call.
Who contacted you to assist in the investigation?
Lieutenant Mandy Thiesier.
Detective Brandenburg, can you tell the court what was the exact time of the shooting, please, or the shooting call that went out?
I believe it was 3:48 in the morning.
All right. And sir, did there come a time in this case when you were assigned as the lead detective?
Yes.
Have you been lead detective on this since the night of your assignment up to the present moment?
There was a break when I took the sergeant promotion where Detective Kara Freeman took over for me, but I've been working the case still since then.
All right. Detective Brandenburg, with respect to the name identified victim in this case, who was the name identified victim in the shooting over on Wilson?
DeAndre Camp.
When you first were assigned this case at 4:25 in the morning, was Mr. Campbell still alive at that time or was he deceased?
He was deceased.
All right. So when you took over the case to begin investigation, did you know that Mr. Campbell was in fact deceased?
Yes.
And did you know that this would be a homicide type investigation?
Yes.
All right. So I know you did lots of things in this. We're going to focus on some particular areas for purposes of preliminary examination. And the first thing I want to do is talk about your initial investigation. Where did you initially go after being assigned this at about 4:25 that morning?
To the scene.
Why did you go to the scene?
Typically, the way we're set up is because so much road patrol response goes to the scene, they try to push witnesses, victims if they're around, suspects to our operations center for interviews, just because it's more of a setup for that particular reason. They notified me when I was en route. I have a pretty far drive, so they notified me that nobody would be going to our operations center. So I just went straight to the scene.
All right. When you got to the scene, tell the court what the scene looked like when you arrived. Well, let me ask you this. What time did you arrive there, you think?
Takes me about an hour, so about 45 minutes, maybe after the initial call, which was maybe around 4 o'clock.
Okay, so what time do you think you arrived? Because it looks like he's got signed 4:25, maybe 5:30 in the morning.
Maybe, yeah, maybe just before 5:30.
Okay. Can you tell the court what the scene looked like at 5:30 in the morning, please?
There was still maybe 20 to 30 people just around the edges. It's taped off, still a bunch of police officers there. I don't believe our crime scene investigation have responded yet. So just kind of walked through to make sure I could get a grasp of what had happened and where I was looking at.
All right, so I want to talk about the geographics of this location because they are relevant and sort of confusing. First, with the North Waverly or with the Waverly Park Apartments, used to be referred to as Mount Vernon. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell the court how that's broken up in terms of streets, Wilson and Waverly, please.
So North Waverly runs along the western edge of Waverly Place Apartments. A very southern portion of the apartment complex is serviced by Wilson Avenue. There's an entrance off of Wilson Avenue, east of Waverly, and there's also 2 entrances into Waverly Place off of North Waverly.
All right. So you're familiar geographically with this area, obviously?
Yes.
If I showed you a Google map of that area, sir, would you be able to identify it as accurate representation of that area?
Yes.
All right, let me approach with people to page 54, which unfortunately I don't have for the overhead screen, so we can hold it up to the court. Showing you people 54, do you recognize that as a Google map of the geographic area of the shooting?
I do.
All right, does it fairly and accurately depict what the geographics are of that shooting?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to move admission at this time of People's Proposed Exhibit number 54, which is a Google map.
Any objection?
Objection.
It's admitted.
All right, thank you. So when the court's ready, I'm going to have you show her, please, some key areas on this so she understands geographically. So showing you people's exhibit number 54, could you point out, please, where the location of the Waverly Park apartments are?
There's this whole, it's not complete because there's a few up here, but there's this whole portion.
So a very large apartment complex.
Yes.
Could you show us where the respective streets are, Waverly and Wilson, please?
North Waverly runs along this western edge. We're facing north right here, and Wilson Avenue runs east and west across the southern edge.
With respect to addresses that are assigned to given units, how are the addresses assigned, either a Waverly address or a Wilson address?
Typically, it's supposed to function as where the front door faces, but there are some Wilson Avenue addresses that face east and west. So typically, from what I've seen from this, all of the Wilson Avenue ones are in the southern portion of the complex. These ones run east and west. And then this portion right here is also Wilson Avenue. And then these ones that travel across the edge that touches Waverly, they all have North Waverly.
All right, so kind of confusing, but that's how it breaks up. Now, we saw the location where Mr. Campbell's body was located in between the two vehicles. Can you show Judge Simmons, please, this point where that, use my pen, please. Where is that area located, please?
Where he was located is right in this area.
Okay. And could you point, Judge Simmons, please, to the area where the shell casings were found on scene?
This area right here next to the dumpster.
All right, so the casings were found over here. Is that your opinion of basically where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And then his body was found over here. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. The last thing I want to ask about is, are you familiar with something called the Bardaville Apartments?
Yes, sir.
Are the Bardaville Apartments, or the area of the Bardaville Apartments depicted in this photograph?
Yeah.
Could you show the court where the Bardaville Apartments are, please?
So Bardaville Street is right here just east. It runs down this whole, there's a bank of apartments serviced by several different companies, but they just refer to as kind of Bardaville Apartments by Lincoln Police, but this whole area going north.
Okay,
If Bardaville.
if one had parked at the Bardaville Apartments and walked into the Waverly Park Apartments, what would be a route that we could do to get there, please?
There is a, so you can't really see it on this tree, but this eastern fence that separates, I believe, the parking lots for Bardaville and Mount Vernon, or I'm sorry, Waverly Place. There's a break in the fence, kind of a walking path. It goes between this walkway and the parking lot for Bardaville.
All right, very good. So hold on to that, and I'm going to come back when we talk about the cameras. You can show us where they're located. Before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. So, sir, how long did you remain on scene when you first arrived there that day?
I was there for probably a little over an hour.
Is it important in a homicide scene for a crime scene investigator to process a scene for potential evidence?
Yes, sir.
In this particular case, was the scene processed by a crime scene investigator?
It was.
Who processed the crime scene to determine what evidence was located on scene?
Officer Samuel Fierner.
As part of crime scene processing, are officers looking for ballistic evidence, shell casings, fired bullets, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And as lead detective, is it important for you to examine information that's obtained by the crime scene investigator?
It is.
Did you look at the evidence that was obtained by the crime scene investigator in this case?
I did.
And did you also look at photographs that were obtained by the crime scene investigator?
Yes, sir.
In terms of ballistics, sir, can you tell the court how many shell casings, fired shell casings, were located in the area where the shooting occurred, please?
4 spent 9mm shells.
So 4 spent all 9mm casings?
Yes.
Right. And were there any bullets found?
Yes.
How many bullets were found?
Just 1.
All right. I want to show you some photographs, what's been marked into evidence in this case. As people's code exhibits 14 through 19. Just quickly cycle through those and tell us if those are photographs that were taken of the crime scene that was processed, describing the ballistic evidence.
I tell you where?
Just tell me if those are photographs that you observed by the crime scene investigator.
Yes. Exhibit 14 is facing northbound with, looks like 3 shell casings. Item 1, or has placard 1, is a spent shell casing. This is exhibit 15. Exhibit 16 is placard 2, a spent shell casing. Exhibit 17 has a placard number 3, it's a spent shell casing. Exhibit 18 is placard number 4 with a spent shell casing. And exhibit 19 has placard number 5 with a intact bullet.
All right, thank you. Do those fairly inaccurately depict the photographs that were taken during the processing of this scene?
They did.
Now, I'm going to move admission of people's proposed 14 through 19, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
People's 14 through 19 are admitted.
All right, so we're going to proffer those to the court, please. Showing you first people's 14. All right, tell us what we're looking at people's exhibit number 14, please.
So it's a B where we placed parking lot. It's a dumpster, a privacy fence covering the dumpster to the left side. And then those yellow markers you see on the ground are the placards.
All right, so these areas here, these are the ones that are marking the shell casings that you described.
Yes.
Showing you people's 15, please. Let me see people's 15.
Yellow placard with the number 1 with the spent shell casing.
People's 16.
Yellow placard number 2 with the spent shell casing.
17.
Yellow placard with the number 3 with the spent shell casing.
People's 18.
Yellow placard with the number 4 with the spent shell casing.
And lastly, people's 19.
Yellow placard with the number 5 with a bullet.
All right, so in total, there were 4 shell casings found and 1 bullet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, did you have occasion to look at the autopsy report that was generated in connection with the autopsy of Mr. DeAndre Campbell?
I did.
How many times was DeAndre Campbell shot, as the autopsy report represents?
4 times.
All right, so he was shot 4 times, consistent with the 4 9mm casings that we see on scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Now, the location where Mr. Campbell was located, that is not where the shell casings are. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Tell us where he was located in relationship to the shell casings that were located on scene.
Approximately 20 to 30 yards to the west.
I'm going to show you some additional photographs, please. Crime scene photographs, people 20 through 28. Just like to do these, all you have to do is tell me if these are photographs taken by the crime scene investigator that you observed.
Yes.
You don't even have to tell me what they are.
Exhibit 20 is a crime scene photograph taken by crime scene investigators. Exhibit 21 is again a photograph of the crime scene by investigators. Exhibit 22 is a photograph by the crime scene investigators. Exhibit 23 is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators. Exhibit 24 is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators. Exhibit 25 is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators. Exhibit 26 is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators. Exhibit 27 is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators. Exhibit 28 is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators.
Those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict the geographic location that was both observed by you and the crime scene investigators in connection with this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And lastly, sure, I want to hand you what's been marked into evidence as people's exhibit number 29 proposed. Did you have occasion to examine the crime scene diagram that was prepared in connection with the processing of this scene?
I did.
And was that something that you needed to do as the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Now, at this time, I'm going to move admission of people's proposed exhibits 20 through 29, please.
No objection.
20 through 29 are admitted.
All right, so let's go through these on the scene, just quickly cycle through these. Okay, showing people's exhibit number 20. All right, tell us what we're looking at, people's exhibit number 20.
Is the area DeAndre Campbell was located.
People's 21.
Again, the same area he was located.
You see here an area of blood that's marked by the placard A. Is that the area where Mr. Campbell was actually lying when police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Showing you people's 22. What do we see at people's 22?
Cell phone that was collected belonging to DeAndre Campbell.
So that would have been adjacent to his body.
Yes, sir.
And did you hear the testimony here today from Ms. Lopez about a cell phone being on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Would that photograph be consistent with that testimony?
Yes.
Showing you people's 23. People's 24, please. What do we see in people's 24?
Is a view north from the location he was located.
People's 25. What do we see 25?
Can't tell you. Oh, it looks like it's from the other side of the parking lot, facing where he was located.
People's 26. What do we see in people's 26?
Trying to get my orange. Yep, still from the other side of the parking lot. This is a little dark from over here.
People's 27.
Again, from the other side of the parking lot.
People's 28.
Looks like a blood smear on the hood.
People's 29.
That's the diagram, with CSI.
All right, so we'll end with People's 29 as it talks about the processing of the scene. This area that I'm circling with my pen, that's the location where the 4 9mm casings were found, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell was shot 4 times, consistent with 4 casings, correct? And then he came to arrest over here at this location that we see.
Other side.
I'm sorry, he came to arrest over at this location where we see the items found. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this crime scene diagram sort of describes the event that happened forensically. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Understanding that, sir, the next thing I want to talk about is surveillance camera footage. During your investigation, were police able to locate video footage in this investigation?
Yes.
Where was that video footage located from?
There's a server that locally place monitors and provides us access. Wave WiseNet. So we have remote access to our computer into their surveillance system.
Detective, how many video cameras were operative from the Waverly Park system?
I know there was at least 4 that were down. Overall number, I don't know.
All right, so I want to show you, please, if I could, on the map. So Judge Simmons knows, can you tell Judge Simmons, please, where the video cameras are actually located that were relevant to your investigation?
Okay, so there's actually 3 additional cameras that govern this lot. So if our shooting occurred here, that were inoperable. So bank 6, bank 7, and bank 10 were inoperable. The ones that were utilized were from bank 5, which is this kind of northeast corner of the main lot. Bank 2, this portion here, and then bank 17, which covers the entrance between Barterville and Mountain.
From those areas that you described, were you able to obtain relevant footage of the shooting incident and the events leading up to it, sir?
I was.
How do you as a police, well, let me ask you this, where is this footage stored, please?
It's on a server. We just have a login to get into the server.
How do you as a detective with the Lansing Police Department have access directly to that video footage?
They provide us, you can request access, so it'd be through our IT department.
Why is the Lansing Police Department able to directly access video footage from Waverly Park Apartments?
They want us to have immediate access so that we can solve some of their problems that are out there, and they're fully cooperative with assisting with that.
Can you tell Judge Simmons, please, when were you able to access the video footage that shows events relevant to this shooting?
The same day.
Tell us how you went about getting it, please.
I just used my prescribed login and just began reviewing the footage.
Detective, the video footage, is it date and time stamped?
Yes.
Is the date and time stamp that appears on the footage, is it accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, so in this case, how many cameras did you actually obtain of video footage? Quite a lot of them?
Yes.
All right, is that camera footage, is it voluminous?
Yes.
In this case, in preparation for court, has that voluminous data been whittled down to a more workable format that shows exactly what we need in this case?
Yes, sir.
Want to hand you, it's been marked into evidence as People's Exhibit 41 proposed. Ask if you can identify what's in People's Proposed 41.
41, I believe, is the video in its entirety. No, this is the authored version, the slimmed down version of it.
All right, and you've had an opportunity to view this condensed video footage?
Yes.
And you've initialed that this is the video footage that we're talking about right now, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to move at this time for admission of People's Proposed 41.
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just for the record, I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Perone prior to going forward here today. People's Exhibit 40 is the entirety of the video footage, right? So I'm not going to put that into evidence because I think technically the court would have to review all of it in the bind over decision, and we don't want you to sit around watching nothing for 4 hours. So Mr. Perone was kind enough to stipulate that we don't have to put the entirety in, and then we can use the prepared exhibit. To the extent he needs to use any other footage, it's available to him. So I did want the record to reflect that.
That's correct, sir.
All right, so let's start playing People's 41. So we're going to go through this video footage pretty carefully. Okay. All right, so So I want to start now with what we see on the screen from People's Exhibit 41 in front of us. Can you tell the court, please, what geographic area are we looking at from this vantage point in People's 41?
Judge, it would be this area here, just under the trees. It's the connection between Barterville and the Waverly Place Apartments.
Okay. So I want to point to some areas on the screen here, please. You said this is just between Bardaville and the Waverly Park. So if I point to this area over there, Detective, can you tell Judge Simmons what is over at that location?
Those are the Barterville Apartments.
So if someone is coming from this direction, they would be coming from the Bardaville Apartments down this path, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could this path take them over to that parking lot area in the Waverly Park Apartments?
I could, yes.
All right, begin playing, please. Okay, so we're stopping the video here. And unfortunately, the time is not in front of me, so I can't see what it is, but in terms of the actual time of morning here, can you tell us what the time of morning is, please, on this clip that we've just isolated for the court?
Just before 3:24.
Okay, so it's actually 3:23 and 39 seconds, is that correct?
Yes.
Understanding the shooting was at 3:48, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do we see that's of importance up in the top portion of this video clip?
There's 4 subjects entering or walking towards the entrance for Waverly Place from Barterville.
Continue playing. Stop. All right. 3:24 and 18 seconds. What do we see in the forefront of this picture, please?
2 of the 4 subjects walking westbound to the parking complex.
The gentleman or the individual that we see on the left in this photograph, in this still photograph here, can you describe what that individual is wearing?
A black sweatshirt, blue jeans, and black and red shoes.
Can you describe what this individual appears to be doing with his left hand, please?
Covering his face.
You see an individual to the right of this person. What does this person appear to be wearing?
A black full face mask, black t-shirt, black pants, black shoes.
All right. This was July 20th, 2025, correct? Do you recall what the weather was that night, sir?
Very warm.
All right. Continue playing. Stop. All right, the individual that we just saw walking by with the hooded sweatshirt on, what, if anything, do we see on the left-hand sleeve of that individual as he walked by?
There's a white design that runs down the length of the sleeve that says Carhartt.
Continue playing. Stop. Okay. 3:24 and 33 seconds. What do we see of interest in the top portion of this video?
2 additional suspects walking westbound.
Gentleman to the left here, what do we observe about what this individual is wearing?
A full black Nike tracksuit type outfit with black shoes.
The gentleman to the right here, what do we observe about what that individual is wearing?
Black t-shirt, gray or blue shorts, and then white shoes.
Continue playing. Stop. All right, in this next clip, starting at 3:24 and 36 seconds, we have moved to another clip. Where is this geographically pointing?
So the first camera was pointing east. This is the same camera tower. It just points west.
The 2 gentlemen that we see in the top of this particular video, are those the 2 that first walked in from the Bardaville Apartments?
They are.
Stop. 3:24 and 52 seconds. Where have we changed to geographically now inside the complex?
So from this camera, there is, it would be called, it's notified as bank 2 within their camera system. It's this lot just east of the main lot that runs north and south. It's the very northeast corner.
Continue playing from 3:24, 52. Stop. All right, sir. Excuse me. If I continue walking this way, sir, with the way my pen is directing to the left of the screen, where geographically would I be traveling to?
To the main parking lot. Where did they place the center parking lot?
Continue playing. Stop. All right, so Detective Brandenburg, we see now at 3:26 and 56 seconds AM, we see a split screen on People's Exhibit number 41. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That is not how the original video presents. This is a prepared exhibit to show what's going on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to focus first on what we see in the left side of the video, please. This area that I'm pointing to with my pen that's very well lit up, what is that area right there, sir?
That is the main lot,
Of what?
Waverly Place Apartments.
So that is the main lot of the Waverly Place Apartments?
Yes, sir.
Where the shooting takes place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's focus now playing the clip from 3:26, watching movement into the main lot, please. And stop. So what did we just observe in terms of the left side of the split screen in People's Exhibit number 41?
2 subjects walk westbound across the northern portion of that lot and into the main parking lot.
Those 2 subjects, sir, were those the first 2 to emanate from Barterville or the second 2?
Second.
Right. Let's go back to the beginning of the split screen and we'll play the right side, please, okay? Playing from 3:26:57, sorry, sir. Looking at the right side of the screen, what do we see here?
It's that same bank 17 facing west. The first 2 subjects who entered from Barterville exiting back out eastbound towards Barterville.
So, sir, by 3:24, we see four individuals merging together out of the Barterville parking lot. Two of them go into the party. They separate and two go back out to the Barterville lot. Is that all accurate, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to talk about some screenshots that were taken in this case, sir. What, if anything, did you do to isolate screenshots of the individuals that we see in this area emanating from Barterville, congregating together and then splitting up?
I just tried to enhance them the best I could without pixelating them too much, and then just use the screen capture to reflect the photographs.
Were screenshots in fact captured of some of the individuals that we observed in that video footage?
Yes.
I want to hand you people's proposed exhibits 42 to 49. And I'm asking you, sir, if you could just cycle through those and tell us if those are screenshots that were taken in connection with this investigation.
Yes, People's Exhibit 42 is a screenshot that I took during this investigation. Same for People's Exhibit 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. I took all of these screenshots from the investigation.
Are these fair and accurate depictions of still photos obtained from the video footage that you got from Waverly Park Apartments?
Yes.
And at this time, I'm going to move admission, please, of people's proposed exhibits 42 through 49.
No objection.
Laura, do you have people's exhibit 9 by any chance in front of you? Thank you. All right, Detective, let's cycle through some of those screenshot stills that you took, please. Can you pull those up, Ms. Corson? Starting with people's exhibit 42. So what is the time on people's exhibit number 42?
3:27 a.m.
And what do we see in this still shot photograph from 3:27 a.m., please?
Two of the first two subjects that entered from Barterville exiting back out towards Barterville.
Exhibit 43. What do we see in people's 43?
Again, the same image at 3:27, two subjects exiting towards Barterville.
Showing you people's exhibit number 44. What do we see in people's exhibit number 44?
This was the meeting kind of that we saw at the northeast portion of the eastern lot between three of the subjects who entered from Barterville.
This individual that we see that I'm pointing to right here was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual that you identified as walking in first with the hooded sweatshirt and the ripped up jeans and the basketball shoes?
Yes, sir.
In this photograph, sir, what, if anything, do you observe about the manner in which this individual appears to be standing?
There was an unusual orientation of his feet where his heels were almost touching and his toes are pointed out almost at a 45-degree angle.
All right. We're showing you people's exhibit number 9, which is a photograph of the defendant Montez Hopkins pursuant to his booking. What, if any, similarities do you see in the manner in which Mr. Hopkins stands with his feet in this booking photo and the manner in which the individual is standing in that particular photograph screenshot that we see?
The stance observed seems to mimic itself, be the same between the two photographs.
All right, thank you. All right, showing you people's exhibit number 45, please. What do we see in 45?
Same three subjects standing in the same area.
Was 46?
Again, just a few seconds later, same three subjects.
Was 47?
Same area, just now two subjects pictured.
Equals 48.
A few seconds later, same picture.
Equals 49, please.
Back to the original location, 3 subjects, same location.
All right. Thank you. Right, so now let's go back to the video. Please, and play video number 2. All right, sir, we're going to play video number 2 now, People's Exhibit number 41, and I do apologize, it's a little bit of watching nothing happen. So let's start from the beginning if we could. All right, before we start playing, tell us geographically where we are looking at in People's Exhibit number 40, People's Exhibit number 41, video 2.
So is the lot just east of where the main lot is. It's that same bank of cameras that captured them in the northeast corner. This is just the portion that faces south.
So the time here now is what time?
3:42. I don't know, my eyes aren't that great from this far away.
So for the record, it's 3:40 and 28 seconds, correct?
Yes.
All right, so this would be now almost 12 minutes after the individuals parted ways, with 2 going into the party and 2 going back towards Barterville. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do we again see this group together at 3:40?
Yes.
Starting from 3:40, please. Stop. All right, so we are at 3:40 a.m., please, in 32 seconds. What, if anything, is significant to you at 3:40 and 42 seconds?
There is a vehicle pulling into the entrance from Wilson Avenue into that eastern parking lot.
With respect to that video that we see, or that look, that still we see in 3:40 and 32 seconds, was a screenshot taken of that and provided to somebody?
Yes, it was provided to Officer Aaron Bush with Violent Crime Initiative.
And were you here when Officer Aaron Bush discussed his description of the front of that particular vehicle?
I was.
And were you here when he discussed its comparison to the vehicle that Tara Trentham owned?
I was.
And were you here when he discussed its comparison to the vehicle that the defendant was ultimately found in pursuant to this investigation?
Yes.
All right, continue playing. Try to drag it to the right spot. Yeah. Stop it, thank you. So 3:43 and 42 seconds, about 3 minutes later, do we again see people that we've seen in other videos?
Yeah, it's difficult to see, but the the top right portion, you can see 2 subjects walking across right there.
2 subjects that we see, are they consistent with the first 2 that come from Barterville or the second 2?
First 2.
All right, continue playing. All right, what do we see now at 3:43 and 58 seconds?
From the same location that the first 2 passed, a third subject, and then a 4th subject is taking this sidewalk northbound.
All right, so early we saw these 4 come together, they then split up. Now the 4 appear to be back together about 12 minutes later. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, before I continue playing, let me ask you this. During the course of this investigation, did you ever come into contact with an individual identified or name identified as Montez Hopkins?
I did.
How long did you spend with Montez Hopkins?
I interviewed him at the RGC maybe think the total of the interview was maybe 5 minutes.
All right, and did you have an opportunity to see his face?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to see his physical body?
I did.
Mr. Hopkins is an African-American male, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe his height and build?
He's maybe 3-4 inches shorter than me, kind of athletic build,
How would you describe his hairstyle?
braids or dreadlocks.
And what, if anything, that is unusual that you observe about facial characteristics for Mr. Hopkins, please?
He has a defect to one of his eyes, which keeps it remaining closed.
The person that you have identified by name as Martez Montez Hopkins, is he in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
And can you identify him for us, please?
He's wearing the blue jumpsuit to the left of the person. Fence too.
Record should reflect identification of the defendant by this witness, Detective Ben Brandenburg, Your Honor.
No objection.
So noted.
All right, sir, after you referred information to Officer Aaron Bush, did you know that the defendant was pulled over in a vehicle registered to Tara Trentham?
Yes,
And that was a 2020 Nissan Rogue?
it was.
Was a search warrant obtained for that vehicle?
It was.
And who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
All right, and was that vehicle processed by the crime scene team of the Lansing Police Department?
It was.
Were you also present for some or all of that crime scene processing with the Lansing Police Department?
After it was processed, I conducted a search of the vehicle's infotainment system.
If I showed you photographs of this particular vehicle, would you be able to identify it from the time of processing? I want to hand you what's been marked into evidence in this case as People's Proposed Exhibits 30 through 39. Just cycle through those quickly and tell us if those are photographs of the vehicle and items obtained from the vehicle during the course of this investigation.
It's 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 are all photographs from the vehicle.
They fairly and accurately depict the vehicle that was seized and processed by crime scene investigators.
Yes, sir.
You're on the move admission, please, for People's Proposed Exhibits 30 through 39.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
And then we'll just proffer those very quickly. I'm showing you People's Exhibit number 30. Is that the vehicle that we've described?
Yes, sir.
The area that we see down here, this particular license plate or area, what is located in that license plate area?
Vanity plate.
31. People's 32. People's 33. All right, you see this as the front of the vehicle?
Yes.
What, if anything, is consistent with the front of this vehicle as to the vehicle that pulled into the parking lot that we just saw on the video?
The headlight scheme, just the shape, kind of orientation of them were all consistent, as well as the vanity plates location.
People's 34, 35, People's 36, 37, 38. What is depicted in People's 38?
It's a photograph of 2 receipts collected from the rear of the vehicle.
Right, showing you People's 39. What is 39, please?
There were 2 receipts from takeout food, which were collected from the vehicle.
All right, those receipts, do they have a date on them, sir? If you can
Yes.
see, what is the date?
Oh, I can't read it from here, but I know it's July 19th.
All right, July 19th in the early morning hours, is that correct?
Yes,
And is one of those receipts indicate an order for a person by the name of Tez?
it was.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to the video if we could, please. Playing from the location we stopped. All right, so we're going to continue playing from 3:43 a.m., please. Stop. Tell Judge Simmons, please, now at 3:44 a.m., what vantage point we're looking at and where we're looking into.
You're pointing northwest from the bank of cameras, which is categorized as camera 2 on the northeast corner of the lot east of the main lot. You're facing kind of the entrance in between east lot and the main lot.
You see in this Shot here at 344 at the parking lot. Appear to be a lot of people congregated in that parking lot.
Yes,
Consistent with that party that was going on inside North Waverly that night, correct?
yes.
Continue playing. See entering that area now.
The 4 subjects who initially entered from Barterville.
It's not. Tell us where we're looking now at 3:45 a.m.
So it's the bank of cameras categorized as 5. It's facing south from the northeast portion of the main lot. So you're pointing out this drive that you're looking out is straight out to Wilson Avenue. To the left-hand side of your screen would be the connection between the east lot and the main lot.
So the timestamp on this is 3:45 exactly in the early morning hours of July 20th. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
We understand that the shooting happened at 3:48 approximately, so the shooting will happen approximately 3 minutes later. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. The area where the shell casings are depicted in the photographs and the crime scene processing that we discussed, is that shown in this particular still shot here at 3:45?
It is. The area where that white vehicle is, kind of at the middle top portion of the screen, and those people to the right of it, that's where the general area where the shell casings were located.
And in this area that I'm pointing to with my pen immediately to the right, is that the dumpster area that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the shell casings are all congregated in there as the photos have depicted. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to our subject that we're paying attention to, directing you right to the top portion, the top left here, just emerging onto the camera view, is that the individual that we are focusing on in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual that we've been discussed and the still photos were taken of and the way the feet were pointing and everything else?
Yes.
All right, continue playing. So I'm going to ask the court to focus on that individual for now. Stop. All right, we see at 3:45 and 8 seconds, do we see that subject in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
And was a still shot taken for purposes of this investigation of the individual who is standing in that manner in this particular photograph?
It was.
On hand, it's been marked into evidence as People's Proposed Exhibit number 50. Can you identify if this is a still shot from approximately that time exactly in the video that we see?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does this fairly inaccurately depict what we're looking at in the overhead video?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 50.
Objection.
This should be admitted.
Can you show People's 50? All right, showing you People's number 50 and identifying this individual, black hoodie, faded jeans, basketball shoes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How does that individual appear to be standing?
With his heels touching and toes pointed out at a 45-degree angle.
Does that appear to be consistent with how the individual was standing on the surveillance still photos?
It does.
Does that appear to be consistent with how Mr. Hopkins is standing when he is booked subsequently in this case as depicted in People's Exhibit number 9?
Yes.
Let's go back to the video. All right, so playing and continuing to play the video from 3:45 and 8 seconds. And stop. This individual that we see up here, red shorts, black top, standing in this location immediately next to the dumpster. Are you able to identify who that person is based on your investigation?
I am.
Who is that individual?
DeAndre Dwayne Campbell.
And that's the individual that was shot, the deceased in this case, correct?
It is.
All right. 3:45, 13, please keep playing. Stop playing. 3:45 and 39 seconds. What appears to be happening consistent with your investigation at this time at the party?
Looks like there is a fight beginning to form. The crowd is moving towards the area of the fight northeast. Or
Our
sorry,
sub-
southwest from this location.
Our subject of interest, is that him right there
It is.
in the top left-hand portion of the screen? Focusing on that individual, Your Honor, please keep playing. Stop. We just saw that individual move from the area right in camera view to the location in the middle where he is. Did you have an opportunity to observe that individual's gait, the manner in which he walked?
Yes,
And is that important to you in this investigation based on other evidence we're going to show you?
it is.
Right. Again, focusing on this individual right here, continue to play. Stop. All right, we see here in the lower right-hand quadrant a blow up on this video. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's not how the original video is. Is that accurate, sir?
No.
This has been blown up for purposes of watching us observe what?
The shooting.
Okay. So, sir, I want you to describe for Judge Simmons so that she knows what to look for. What are we going to see during this shooting incident that occurs about 2 minutes from now?
So the subject highlighted, he's going to be walking with the initial subject he'd entered with in all black. They're going to walk to the top right side portion of the screen. Sorry, top right side portion of the screen. They have some type of interaction with the victim, Mr. Campbell. They begin to walk southbound around this vehicle that's pulling in. As we speak, this tan SUV. As they make their way around the rear of the vehicle, the person in the black sweatshirt, blue jeans is going to turn and shoot Mr. Campbell through his sweatshirt.
All right. Can you tell us exactly what he does to shoot Mr. Campbell through the sweatshirt, please?
He pushes a firearm through the left portion of his sweatshirt and shoots Mr. Campbell on the left side of his body.
All right, so continue playing from 3:46, please. Stop. All right. What do we see right there, sir?
Saw that same subject in the black sweatshirt, blue jeans, push out firearm from his right side to his left side and fire shots at Mr. Campbell,
What portion of Mr. Campbell's body was facing the subject who shot him?
his left side.
Have you reviewed the autopsy report in this case, sir?
Yes,
Lethal injury that Mr. Campbell suffered, was that a left-sided injury?
it was.
Is that consistent with the location of the shooter that we see in this video?
Yes, sir.
The area where Mr. Campbell is ultimately found, is it to the right of where my pen is following in this picture here, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent with him running to that direction?
It is.
All right, let's back it up and show it again, please. In full. Stop. And play from there. Stop. What do we see here? What angle, please?
So you're back in the eastern lot, east of the main lot, facing northwest. Break between those two buildings at the top left portion is headed out towards the main lot.
What are we going to see in this particular vantage point that's of interest, sir?
You're going to see all four subjects who entered from Barterville exit back through that entrance and run southbound towards
Yes, together
Wilson.
again?
Yes.
Okay, continue playing at 3:47. Right, sir. So these four individuals exit the party immediately after the shooting at 3:47 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then were you here and heard Officer Bush's testimony that Tara Trentham's car flock camera hits off a flock, her car hits off a flock camera at 4:30 in the morning?
I was.
All right. Well, sir, obviously that shooting is difficult to watch. There's so many things going on. Was any attempts done to take still photographs to the Michigan State Police to capture the actual events of this shooting? Can you tell us what happened, please?
The footage was turned over to Detective Sergeant Motter, the state police, by Detective Sergeant Troy Johnson from our office. Turned over the footage. Detective Sergeant Motter conducted his assessment of the video and collected the pertinent photographs.
All right, I want to show you what's been marked into evidence as People's Proposed Exhibit number 53. Is this the still photo composite that Detective Motter did of the video that we just watched here in court today?
Yes.
Then I'm going to move admission of People's Proposed 53.
Question, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to take this. I think there's a lot of photos, but it'll go fairly quickly. So tell us geographically what we're looking at in this vantage point, please.
So you're back in the main lot. This is from Bank 5. You're facing south. The center portion of the photograph to the right, you see the subject who eventually fires a shot, and then the vehicle that they walk around.
This individual right here, is that the individual that is our person of interest who fired the shots?
Yes.
All right, let's click through these please one at a time. Just quick. Keep going. All right. See the head of an individual right there. Who is that person?
DeAndre Campbell.
See this individual doing something here. What do we see, please?
You can see actually the muzzle flash from the left side of his person right there.
So that's the gun firing right there. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Continue clicking. Right now, sir, with respect to the still photographs that we saw in People's 42 through 50, those were the still photograph that isolated the individuals congregating prior to entering into the Waverly Park apartments, correct?
Yes.
Those photographs, were they provided to anybody in this case for identification of possible suspects?
Yes.
Who did you provide those who did you provide those still photographs to, please?
A parole agent, Matthew Mott.
He's an individual who's a parole agent who works for the Michigan Department of Corrections, correct?
Yes, sir.
With the state of Michigan?
Yes, sir.
And that is a person that you believe has a knowledge, has worked professionally with Mr. Hopkins over the years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, in the course of your investigation, talk about two interviews. First of all, did you interview somebody by the name of Tara Trentham, who we heard speak here in this courtroom?
I did.
There was one question that I want to clear up. She was asked whether she was read her Miranda rights. She denied being read her Miranda rights. Was she in fact read her Miranda rights?
Yes.
That testimony under oath that she gave that she was not read her Miranda rights is inaccurate. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you also interview somebody by the name of Mercedes Lopez?
I did.
And Mercedes Lopez was the girlfriend who we saw testify here today?
Yes, sir.
As a result of talking to Ms. Lopez, did you go and get any other video footage from any other locations in Lansing?
I did.
Can you tell Judge Simmons what you did, please?
I attempted to go to the West Saginaw Party Store, which is the first one she alluded to, Ms. Lopez alluded to. They apparently didn't have the footage for me, so then I went to her next location, which was a Lansing Shuffle. I collected footage from there with the assistance of Detective Sergeant Motter. And then I went to Cedar Liquor, which is their last location, and collected footage from there as well.
All right, with respect to the Lansing Shuffle videos, there was a lot of video for that as well. Was it voluminous video?
Yes,
And was that also compiled down to a usable product for purposes of preliminary examination?
yes.
I want to hand you what's been marked into evidence as People's Proposed Exhibit 56. Can you identify what this is, please?
Is the excerpts from the Lansing Shuffle, so they condensed video.
All right, and this fairly inaccurately depicts condensed footage from that voluminous data that was obtained from the totality of the videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm going to move admission of People's Proposed 56 at this time.
No objection.
People's 56 is admitted.
We're going to play that starting with video 2, please.
You gotta come to my office. Okay.
Start with 2, please. Got pulled onto the screen, so. Start from the beginning, please. If you can. Start from the beginning. All right, so detective, tell us please, or tell the court, where are we now at 2:11 a.m., please?
This is the front door of the Lansing Shuffle through 25 Riverfront. You're facing eastbound, like south.
In the course of your investigation, Ms. Lopez told you that the victim had actually gone to the Lansing Shuffle earlier, or she had gone to the Lansing Shuffle with the victim earlier that night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition, Ms. Trentham also gave you information that the defendant, in fact, had been at the Lansing Shuffle that night. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So where are we looking at again in this video?
It's the front entrance for the Lansing Shuffle.
All right, tell us what we're going to see in this particular video clip that's of interest to you.
You're gonna watch two subjects walk across. You can kind of see them now. The top right portion, walk across. Yep, those two subjects right there are gonna walk across back to the east towards Cedar.
All right, play. Stop. All right, first of all, with respect to the individual on the left, what, if anything, did you observe about the clothing of the individual on the left?
Clothing matching the two subjects that entered. He just now has his face mask up around the top of his head.
Individual on the right, first thing I want to talk about is this individual's clothing. What does he appear to be wearing in this video?
Black t-shirt, ripped blue jeans, and black, white, and red Jordans.
Respect to the blue jeans, what, if anything, is consistent about this particular still shot to the individual that we see who perpetrates the shooting?
The tears around the thighs on the front. And
With respect to the basketball shoes that the defendant is wearing, what, assuming that this individual is wearing, what, if anything, is consistent about the shooter?
the color scheme, as well as the tongue of the Jordan brand shoes, was a bright white, which was reflected throughout the video, as well as seeing the color.
With respect to the gait, the manner in which this individual is walking in front of the shuffle, what, if anything, do you observe when you compare it to that individual who we see walking up to the area of the shooting?
It's identical.
All right, start from the beginning, please. Play it through. Stop. All right. This individual here on the right, he also appears to be holding something. What is he holding in his right hand?
Black sweatshirt.
All right, continue playing. All right, stop. We also see two individuals down here. What can you tell us about those two individuals?
The individual on the right is wearing the exact same clothing he's later depicted at Waverly Place. Subject on the left Yes, how far you want to go into it, but he's wearing a black t-shirt, brown pants, and a brown San Diego Padres hat.
Right. So our understanding that the male we just talked about will appear to be holding a black sweatshirt in his hand. Were you able to identify footage where this individual was actually taking off that sweater and putting it into his hand?
Yes.
Let's show the other video, please. Okay, what are we looking at here, please?
This is, I believe, lot 37. So from the Lansing Shuffle, you are now southeast of that location. This is right up next to Cedar near the ballpark. The two cars, you'll see the same subject remove his sweatshirt and hold it in his hand.
All right, again, this blow up is for purposes of this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you could just go back and let the court watch again, please. Tell us when he takes off his sweatshirt, please.
Right now.
All right, thank you. All right, when you provided the still shots to Mr. Perfit from the Michigan Department of Corrections, was he able to make a positive identification as to the individual that was depicted in the screenshots? Was wearing the black hoodie, the blue jeans, the basketball shoes? Okay, and did he provide that positive identification to you, sir?
Yes.
Who did he positively identify that individual as?
Montez Deshaun Hopkins.
Montez Deshaun Hopkins, is that the individual that we see seated at council table to my right? Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I need about 5 minutes.
Go to, but looking good. Ann Arbor.
Ardville, Ardva.
Yeah, the Arbor. Well, let's turn it back on.
We got it.
Ann Arbor.
Spot. Beer now, so FEAR.
No, jump on it. If you want to go to Ann Arbor. I couldn't risk it for my dog. Not Ann Arbor, I mean, something happens, it's not local, I can, peel off for a little bit.
Johnston.
Ann Arbor, and I don't know how long it's gonna be there. Who's really? He just texted me that I don't want it. No.
Yeah, you can copy it. So we want to,
That airline's looking bad, bro. I just caught it on the, no, mine, not yours. No,
Right. So we just get a copy of that before. Actually, at least I said, why don't you- I can, yeah. Yeah, you can like take it out and copy it and then just put it. Yeah. I know. It's warm in here. Oh. Must have been a long time ago, right?
21.
Hang on 1 second. Did you get it back?
No, here's the case. Yeah. it's not.
I know I'm in the way.
Comes in. Yeah. I see. Morning. Yeah, so.
Do you know anything about?
No, she told them. No, she, I guess they were, I'm trying to figure out how much it was, how that worked. So she was like.
I know, I know.
All rise.
Are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Now we're back on the record.
Yes. So how long after the shooting did it take for you to get on the scene?
1.5, 2 hours.
And when you arrived on the scene around where the body was, how many people were around that area?
Where the body was?
Yes.
People that lived south of there, and then the officers, just talking just people or police officers,
Just people.
20, 30 maybe.
Were those individuals that the other officers had interviewed already?
Some of them, yes.
How many of them did you interview?
5 or 6.
Did they provide any information that was relevant?
Yes.
What did they provide?
Yeah, we'll just go one by one. through
Yes.
So talked with two females at first. One that stated she provided CPR to Mr. Campbell.
Mhm.
Additional girl was with her, kind of provided the same information. I spoke with Devon Cotton, who previously identified as WAP, who had come to the scene with Mr. Campbell. Just kind of gave me a, kind of from what he remembered from what happened. And then Amber, I believe her last name is Richardson, as the girlfriend of Cotton, spoke with her about kind of what went on through the night and what she saw prior to the shooting. And then there was a resident at 3884 Charity Grover. I spoke with her. She referenced having video footage and that she had seen something out there, something about people in masks.
Did you retrieve any of the video footage from her?
Not from her. It came in through Axon link.
Did she
Axon
send it in?
capture. What's that?
Did she send in the video she spoke about?
Yes.
She sent it in via Axon?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating that you didn't bring any witnesses to the operations center for interview?
No, not that night. Yes.
Is that normal procedure in order to interview somebody to take them to operations?
Usually, yes, but you also have to take into account people have their own rights as well. So if they don't want to go, it is what it is. We can't force them to go. They provide their name. That's all they're required to provide at a scene, name and identification.
How many people overall would you say were in the area? Not just around the body, but in the area total
In the whole apartment complex?
at that time, yes.
Well, you're talking
Not the people sleeping, but the people that were at the party.
just in this main parking lot
Yes,
or the
just
entire?
the main
complex?
parking lot.
Well, obviously we cause a scene, so I mean, in and out, maybe 30 to 40, give or take, people coming in and out of their houses.
How many people did you talk to and interview?
The same 6.
Beyond that, those 6, how many other people?
Oh, we canvassed for probably 2 to 3 days after that, knocking on every door that
Knocking
face
on-
that area and the surrounding areas.
So you looked all around the Wilson addresses near
Yes.
the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Did you end up coming up with a Facebook video
Yes,
as part of that investigation?
yes, sir.
Were you able to retrieve that Facebook video?
Yes,
And does that Facebook video include the victim?
yes.
Is Mr. Hopkins purported to be in that video also?
Person believed it be him, yes.
How many total places, how many doors do you think you knocked on?
Me,
Yes.
probably 50. We had a team of detectives, so each individual detective did their own.
So you did 50 and then the other ones did a certain number.
Yeah.
Were you able to find anyone who directly witnessed the shooting or be able to identify the shooter on the scene?
Directly witnessed the shooting? No, and I don't think anybody could identify him. No.
How many people were around at the time of the shooting?
Hundreds.
And you don't have any independent eyewitnesses?
Well, it comes back to the fact of cooperation, right? I can't force them to speak with me if they don't wish to, so I used what I had.
You recall going to the Little Blessings Learning Center? Get a video?
The one on Barneville?
Yes.
Yes.
And in that video, it shows an unknown vehicle driving away from Barterville.
Yes.
Is that vehicle able to be discerned to be a rogue?
No, sir.
In your report, you state that Campbell appears to be following two subjects.
Yes,
Were those two subjects that Campbell was following be the person who's purportedly Montez Hopkins and his associate?
yes,
Following, what do you mean by following?
walking behind them.
Was there, was he walking towards them?
They are walking away from him. He is walking the same direction.
So they're walking away from him at this time.
Yes,
He's walking towards them.
yes.
Is there any type of conversation that you can see them having or any type of confrontation?
It's hard to tell just because how small it is and grainy it is, but it appears there's some type of conversation between them from what I can see, but I can't say for sure.
Initially, upon reviewing the footage, did you believe that the Honda Pilot that drove in at the same time as the shooting had some involvement?
No,
Was there any type of processing as to that Honda Pilot?
no,
And there was an additional vehicle. Did you guys attempt to get a license plate on the Pilot to potentially get witnesses?
No.
And there was another blue vehicle that was near the shooting on the video that had been standing there for a while. Did you guys try to obtain a license plate on that vehicle?
yes.
And did you obtain a license plate on that vehicle?
I know who was in the vehicle. I don't have the license plate on hand, but yes.
And are those individuals cooperating?
No, sir.
And has it been discussed with them already? Have they been talked to?
I tried to reach out to him, yes, and he did not want to speak.
Okay, and that would be reflected in the report,
Yes,
his
sir.
name?
Gino Garcia, yes.
And Mr. Garcia, is he affiliated with Campbell in any way?
I believe they've been friends since they've been younger.
Right. Initially, you ended up speaking with Mackenzie Lumley, who was the mother of the individual associated with the party.
Yes, the party was a remembrance party for DeMarco Garrison.
And did she give you a potential suspect?
Yes, sir.
And what was the name of that suspect?
There's a Facebook name, Escalade. So interestingly enough, I worked DeMarco Garrison's homicide when I was in violent crime. So I know exactly the person she's talking about.
Okay, and she told you something along the lines of he was going to spray that bitch up for the party.
Yes, that's what she said occurred at.
And she'd seen him prior that day.
I believe it was the day before, but yes.
Would it be the 19th?
I believe
As the
that's-
day before the shooting?
Yes,
Was there any additional investigation into Mr. Escalade?
yes, he does not match the description of any of my suspects.
How did you investigate that?
I know who the person she's describing is, Daniel Sharif Miller. He does not match the description of any of my suspects.
Did you know him independently?
Yes,
Okay, so you knew once you said it that that was probably not.
I hadn't looked at the video
Okay.
yet, but he was on my list of suspects, yes.
And there were a number of people that indicated that they had some type of Ring doorbell or some type of doorbell camera.
Yes.
And a number of them had told you that they checked their cameras, but there was nothing there.
Yes, sir.
Did you independently review those videos?
Some of them, yes.
Was there anything substance?
There was a gentleman kind of, well, no, because his video had over recorded it. Yes, no,
Did
so
you,
none of them had any pertinent information in.
did you preserve those for evidentiary value? Those videos?
No,
No? You ended up interviewing Mercedes Lopez,
yes, sir.
and she's the girlfriend of Mr. Campbell.
She is.
Did she give you any information that tended to implicate Mr. Hopkins?
No,
She indicated to you that she didn't think that Mr. Campbell had any types of enemies or.
she didn't believe so.
Now, when you get your first contact with Aaron Bush, after he did the execution of the parole violation warrant,
Yes,
you were provided with information from Flock
yes,
license plates
Yes.
at various times.
yes,
And when you received those, did you attempt to obtain a subpoena for Mr. Hopkins' phone?
yes,
And after that, you cross-referenced the data from what you received to coordinate him as being in close proximity, or the cell phone to be in close proximity to the different locations.
yes, sir.
In that road, when it was searched, they did swabs for DNA on various parts of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if that's come back yet?
There, I just got some preliminary reports back, but now we'll shift back and I'm able to review them yet.
Now, we have video of the alleged suspects walking through the complex.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that the shooting happened at 3:48 a.m.
Yes,
roughly.
give or take.
That's when the call came
seconds,
in.
yes.
So I mean, it actually could have occurred before 3:48, but that's just when the call came in.
From the camera's view, it's 3:40, 3:47.
Now, the camera shows at 3:42 is the time that the alleged shooter ends up going towards the group of people.
I believe 3:42, they're entering the east lot. 3:44, they're in the main lot. And then at about 3:45, 3:46, he starts walking towards them.
Okay, starts walking towards the group of people.
Well, it depends on where you're talking about the group of people. Are you talking about the main lot or are you talking about where
Talking
Mr.
about the
Campbell's
main lot.
standing? So you walk towards the main lot from Wilson Avenue at approximately 3:42, I believe.
Right. And that's where all the people are located.
Yes,
And that's where Mr. Campbell is at.
yes,
And there are a number of girls that are fighting and a large group of people watching.
yes,
And it appears through the video upon your review that Mr. Campbell was actually walking towards the fights that were going on.
depends on which portion you're talking about.
The portion right prior to the shooting.
Yes, he's kind of standing off to the side, but in that
He's-
general area, yes.
Is he walking away from where the scene was of the incident? Can you recall? Initially, yes. What was the
Some-
fight happening away from where the incident occurred?
So there's a couple different fights that happen. I've watched on like hours and hours of this, so I'm trying not to throw in everything else I know, but from what we saw, the fight actually starts closer to Wilson and then moves kind of to that bottom left portion. So he's just kind of standing off to the side watching.
Okay. So it's from your perspective, he doesn't walk towards the fight as it's
No.
moving.
No,
In his position where he's walking, does he have to double back to go the other way?
it's kind of hard to see because you kind of lose the.
Is he
western
walking away
vision.
from the fight?
He's just kind of watching. But
But I mean, when the shooting happens, is he walking away from the fight?
say technically, yes.
And walking towards the person that is purported to be Mr. Hopkins?
Yes.
Was there an investigation into there being potentially a threat to the alleged shooter as the other individual was walking up? Did you investigate the potential for self-defense?
Don't know how I would do that if they can't tell me that they were there or not.
Interview witnesses that were associated, that were near the body, as far as whether there was a gun that was found or
They
picked up?
reported 4 gunshots. I have 4 gunshots on video.
Was
I don't see
Anyone
Mr. Campbell with a
questioned-
firearm at all.
anyone questioned as to whether Mr. Campbell had a firearm? then?
Yes,
And who was all questioned?
I asked Mercedes.
You asked, was anybody else that was around the body asked if they'd seen a weapon?
No.
match up the alleged row with the front license plate having a bright reflection on it.
Yes.
You don't end up finding a plate. You can't definitively put a plate on the scene aside from the front plate. But you don't get the back plate near the scene.
No,
So it's not definitely the same vehicle.
no, just matches the description.
When you interviewed Ms. Trentham, you initially had her handcuffed,
Yes.
and when you started questioning her, did she take handcuffs off?
We were inside when we began. I think as soon as the house was rendered safe, it's just our protocol. Anybody gets handcuffed. So after it was rendered safe, I removed her handcuffs. Eyes are open, Miranda rights while we're inside, and then we went out to my patrol vehicle for the interview.
Where was she seated in your patrol vehicle, in the passenger seat?
Yes.
And did she initially tell you that she wasn't aware that Mr. Hopkins was driving the car?
Yes,
And did you question her further as to the truthfulness of that statement?
I did.
Did you inform her that withholding information could potentially subject her to criminal charges?
I did.
And she then indicated that she had known him to be driving the vehicle that
Yeah.
night. And you went to the Cedar Liquor Store to see the interaction that happened at the store with Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Was there anything productive that came out of that 5-minute video?
There was a gentleman at the front counter when Mr. Campbell, Miss Henry, and Miss Lopez walked up to the counter that they just had like a brief conversation with. But judging by just their mannerisms and the way they were talking, and Mercedes never mentioning it, I didn't think much of it as being, I guess, confrontational from my perspective.
You are, sorry here. Have you worked with Aaron Bush on the violent crimes team?
I did. I left there in September of 20.
Or how long did you work on that detail?
From June of 2021 until September of 2020.
And during your time there, you did a Nighthawk check on Mr. Hopkins?
I did.
And that Nighthawk check was performed with Officer Bush?
We did several, but I think at least one Bush was there.
And on and that's what you were using in making the determination and comparisons of the photographs and video?
No.
So you used the photograph to make the determination, the comparison with the video, the photograph of Mr. Hopkins.
I'm confused on what photographs and what video you're
The photograph from the Secretary of State.
of Mr. Hopkins.
Yes.
You're saying, did I compare them to the video?
Yes.
I did.
And did your independent recollection of having prior contact with Mr. Hopkins interfere with your ability to make that determination?
Interfere with no.
Think it would have potentially lended itself to have you biased in some way in making that determination since you had prior contact?
I know what he looks like, so I don't think so. No.
So you didn't need any photograph to make the determination that it was him.
What's that?
You didn't need to review a photograph in making your determination that the person in the video is believed to be Mr. Hopkins.
Well, you also want to look back at what they look at like recently. So I would say anytime you have more information available, you don't just use your own independent memory. I would always go back and look at body camera or SOS photographs.
So as part of making that determination, you used your own independent memory
Part
of
of it,
Mr. Hopkins.
yes.
Did you speak with Officer Bush in regards to Mr. Hopkins in the surveillance video?
Yes,
Did he also believe that it was Mr. Hopkins? Did he tell you that?
yes,
Did you tell him before he started reviewing them that you thought it was Mr. Hopkins?
No.
At that point in time, had you made the determination that it was Mr. Hopkins?
No.
Did you approach him to pick up Mr. Hopkins on a parole violation?
Yes,
You hadn't made the correlation there yet with the photos compared to the video?
I was working multiple different angles, but yes, he was a primary suspect.
Had you reviewed those photos in order to make the determination if the surveillance video was Mr. Hopkins?
He was believed to be, yes.
So when you talked to Detective Bush or Officer Bush, you knew that you believed that Montez Hopkins was in the surveillance videos,
I did believe it, yes.
and you gave the surveillance videos to Officer Bush.
Yes,
Did you tell him before you gave them to him that you thought it was Mr. Hopkins?
we had already spoken about him grabbing, the BCI team grabbing him for me, grabbing Mr. Hopkins for me. So I guess it kind of went
Okay.
hand in hand.
Fair enough. And you ended up contacting Agent Moffitt with the Michigan Department of Corrections,
I did.
and was Mr. Hopkins' parole officer.
Yes, sir.
Did you have contact with Agent Moffitt when you did the previous 2023 Nighthawk
I believe it was Agent Hamilton.
back then?
I believe so, yes.
And so this is a new MDOC parole officer.
Well, the way the Nighthawk would happen, Nancy Hamilton would coordinate it, and she would bring several MDOC agents with her. So it would just be, I guess, who was there for the day, but Nancy was always the constant.
Do you have any contact with Agent Moffitt prior to providing him with the surveillance video?
I told him I'd be sending him photographs just to see if he recognized.
And did he make some type of an identification before he received the photographs, or did he have the opportunity to review the photographs?
Had the opportunity to review photographs.
The photographs of the surveillance? Did he also,
Surveillance, yes.
and also the Secretary of State photos?
No, just as.
So he was working off of his own recollection,
Yes, sir.
and he positively identified it as Mr. Hopkins.
Yes.
Was there any clarification to that, or was he?
He was
Sure.
positive.
Part of the investigation, you received a couple of cell phones from Mercedes Lopez that were Mr. Campbell's cell phones.
I didn't get any from her, no. One came off of Mr. Campbell's person and one,
And those were both believed to be Mr. Campbell's.
they were confirmed, yes.
Your detail with violent crimes, did you ever deal with any issues associated with DeAndre Campbell?
Yes.
What were the nature of those?
Objection, that's irrelevant and improper character evidence for purposes of this case.
Do you want to respond to the objection?
And it lends itself to self-defense, and any type of prior record that he has and towards violence is extremely.
It's character evidence, so it's not admissible. Objection sustained.
On violent crimes detail, did you ever have any involvement with Mr. Hopkins, aside from the Nighthawk?
Don't believe so.
There wasn't any independent detail associated with violent crimes that was affiliated with Mr. Hopkins at that time.
Not for me.
Did you end up interviewing a Jada Wall? Do you recall?
Yes.
And she indicated that she heard the gunshots.
Yes.
And but she didn't indicate that she'd seen anything or provided of anything of value.
No, sir.
Amber Robinson didn't provide anything of value overall. Now, you ended up sending a subpoena to Snapchat
Search warrant is.
search warrant for data associated with some posts by Mr. Campbell.
Yes,
Did you ever receive that back?
I did.
And was there anything of value that came about evidentiary wise?
It's just videos of him at the party, but yes.
Those videos that lended to favor one way or the other, whether it was Mr. Hopkins that was involved?
No.
And there was also an interview with one of the residents where they indicated they had a Roku camera,
Yes,
and you attempted a search warrant to obtain Mr. Cabell's cameras.
I did.
Did you receive any information back from that?
All they gave me was basically his account information and that they don't store any videos, basically the essential information. They don't independently store.
Homeowner may have had access to the videos.
Yeah, he told me he deleted them or they saved over themselves. But
Now, you first indication you have that Mr. Hopkins was a suspect in this case was some information you received from Natalie McKinney,
Italy, okay.
and what, how'd you come into contact with her?
She is one of the child's mothers of DeAndre Campbell. So being as I had very few people that wanted to talk to me about what happened that night, I just kind of branched out to the scope of people that knew him the best, figure out what may have happened or who would have happened. So I think she was one of the first people I spoke with. And she trusted me to just give me what she had heard from everybody on the street.
You ended up interviewing Ms. Trentham a second time.
Yes,
And again, you indicate to her, you explained to her that you wanted her to be truthful again,
yes,
and you were just trying to make sure that she wasn't removing or concealing evidence.
yes,
And you were doing that in order to try to get truthful statement from them.
yes.
You ended up speaking with Donovan Woods, do you recall? He spoke about watching Mr. Campbell fall and get back up. You can take a look at the report if you want to
I talked to a
refresh.
lot of people. You gotta give me context.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yes, this is the phone call after that, yes.
As you said, a Donovan Woods.
Yes,
He he indicated that he didn't see the shooting, but he heard the shots and he saw the individual in red fall and get back up.
yes.
Was there any indication from the CSI that he had fallen and blood away from the scene?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you know if they canvassed for that?
The area that he would have fallen within our crime scene area, so I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, the people Mr. Hopkins is put on the Crime Stoppers. Picture of what is purported to be Mr. Hopkins.
No, his photograph was never put on Crime Stoppers.
Was there anybody who was put on Crime Stoppers?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The two additional suspects that followed Mr. Hopkins and his associated.
Did you end up getting any types of leads off of that?
Absolutely.
And what was the most relevant?
That one of the subjects was identified as Terrell Marcus Roberts.
You ended up also trying to obtain information on Mr. Hopkins' Apple iCloud account.
Yes, sir.
Did you end up receiving anything back from iCloud or Apple?
The return is heavily encrypted. Pretty much you have a contact list from Mr. Hopkins, so really nothing pertinent inside of there.
So from your investigation, though, there isn't any independent eyewitnesses that are able to identify the shooter in the situation.
Matthew Moffett.
Well, he's at the scene,
Oh, okay, you didn't say.
outside of watching it on the
No,
video.
No,
No further question.
Can you redirect?
So one question. Detective, can you tell Judge Simmons, please, how much time elapsed from the time that the shooter came into the area of the party and actually shot Mr. Campbell?
they entered from Barterville at 3:24 a.m.
No, I mean, the final time, when they
Oh.
enter the final time, please.
3:42 was when they entered from Wilson Avenue. 3:48, Mr. Campbell shot, and I believe by 3:50 they're completely out of view in the same direction.
So within 6 minutes, the shooter came to the party, shot Mr. Campbell and left. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Detective.
We have one final witness, Your Honor. Mr. Moffett from the Michigan Department of Corrections.
And Mr.
Matthew Moffett, Your Honor. So let me try that again. People call Matthew Moffett to the witness stand. Your Honor, could I have a link to the, could I get the screen shared again, please?
I think, yeah, you said it. It's something, just unhook it, I guess, and hook it back. Okay, can I have you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Sir, where are you employed?
With the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Is that with the state of Michigan?
Yes.
How long have you been so employed with the state of Michigan, Michigan Department of Corrections?
A little over 6 years.
In what capacity are you currently employed with the Michigan Department of Corrections?
As a parole agent.
Can you tell Judge Simmons, please, what are your duties as a parole agent with the Michigan Department of Corrections?
Yeah, so I basically supervise a caseload of people who are recently paroled from prison. That entails meeting with them in the community under supervised release, meeting them at their house, meeting them, doing field contacts, meeting in the office, writing violation reports, doing investigations and such.
Sir, in the scope of your employment as a parole officer with the Michigan Department of Corrections, have you met a person by the name of Montez Hopkins?
Yes,
How long have you known this person name identified as Montez Hopkins?
I've supervised him twice, so since 2023.
The person that you know as Montez Hopkins, would you recognize him if you saw him again, sir?
Yes,
The person that you've name identified as Montez Hopkins, is he in the courtroom here today? If he is, could you point him out for Judge Simmons? Let us know where he's seated, please.
yes, he's right there.
All right. Pointing to this gentleman to my right here at council table.
Correct.
Your Honor, record should reflect identification of the defendant, Montez Hopkins, by this witness, Matthew Moffett.
Any objection? So noted.
Agent Moffett, when did you first start supervising Montez Hopkins?
If I could remember, he paroled first to my caseload back in 2023.
How long did you supervise him the first time he was on your caseload?
I want to say give or take 3 or 4 months.
Can you give Judge Simmons an idea, please, of how often you have contact with a parolee once you are supervising them?
Yeah, so it basically determines based on their supervision level. If I can remember right, I was seeing Montez roughly once every other week. Once he's released, we have to see him within 24 hours. And then I have to do a home visit within 2 weeks as well. So I conducted that and I probably saw him 4 times on his first month of being released, and then 2 times a month after that on average.
So it sounds like you've seen him both in your office with his first supervision and out in the field. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Those times that you saw him in his office, did you have an opportunity to actually see his face?
Oh, yeah.
And did you see his physical appearance? And the time that you saw him out in the field, sir, did you also have a chance to see his face and his physical appearance at that point in time?
I did, yeah.
Okay. How long did you supervise Mr. Hopkins the first time after his initial parole in 2023?
Around 4 months, and then he was returned to prison.
Did there come a time when you again began to supervise the defendant in this case, Montez Hopkins?
Yes,
When was that, please?
in the past year.
So this shooting happened on July 20th of 2025. Do you know how many months prior to the shooting you would have been supervising Mr. Hopkins?
Maybe 2 or 3.
During that 2 or 3 months, were you also maintaining the same regular schedule of in-office visits with him as well as field office visits with him? How many times do you think you've actually seen him in person during your second supervision with him?
Maybe 7 or 8.
Okay, and I don't want to be redundant, sir, but it's important for us. During those times that you had contact with him, did you see both his face and his physical appearance?
Yeah, absolutely.
And have you ever seen him actually standing and standing up?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to describe, does Mr. Hopkins have, in your numerous observations with him, any unusual or unique physical characteristics, first to his face?
To his face.
Yeah.
Nothing unique.
All right. What about his physical characteristics in the way he stands or the way his gait is?
Yeah, his stance tends to be very unique.
Okay. Can you describe what you noticed about his stance that's unique, please?
Just the way he stands with his feet kind of pointed out.
Okay. Kind of like in a, what we might call duck-toed position? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, sir, I want to direct your attention, please, to July of 2025. Were you contacted by this individual here, Detective Benjamin Brandenburg with the Lansing Police Department?
Yes.
Did you know that he was investigating a homicide that had happened in the city of Lansing on July 20th, 2025?
Yes.
Did you know that he was looking for possible identification of a suspect that he had identified on surveillance videos?
Yes.
Agent Moffett, did Detective Brandenburg provide you with any information for you to make a possible positive identification?
He did provide me a picture.
Okay, can you describe for Judge Simmons, please, exactly what he provided to you, if you recall?
A picture of a standstill, picture of a potential suspect, and suspect to me, like Montez Hopkins.
All right, this photograph that we see here, People's 44, if you could cycle through these 44, 45, please. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 49, please. All right, do any of those photographs look consistent with the photographs, the still photographs that were shown to you by Detective Brandenburg?
Yeah, they do.
All right. With respect to this individual that is noted here in the black hooded sweatshirt, the jeans, the basketball shoes, and with a hood up, were you asked to see if you could make a positive identification of that individual?
Yes.
Agent Moffett, based upon your numerous contacts with an individual identified as Montez Hopkins, can you positively identify the individual that we see standing in that photograph wearing the black hoodie?
Yeah.
And can you positively identify him? And can you tell Judge Simmons who that is, please?
Montez Hopkins.
Are you sure of that identification, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
So in 2023, you were a parole agent for Mr. Hopkins.
Correct.
And did you end up involving yourself with any Nighthawks on Mr. Hopkins?
I did not.
Did you ever work with Detective Brandenburg in the past or Aaron Bush from the Lansing Police Department?
I'm sure I've been on similar Nighthawks with them in the past, yeah.
Okay. How often would you have seen them previously on Nighthawks?
Detective Brandenburg?
Yeah.
Maybe once or twice.
How about Officer Bush?
I couldn't tell you.
And when you were approached by Detective Brandenburg, did he tell you that he was looking to identify Montez Hopkins, or did he just generally ask you who you thought the person was in the photo?
As I recall, he was just trying to identify a potential suspect in the photo.
Do you know why he was asking you? So he didn't make any reference that it potentially was Montez Hopkins, or that that's who he was
I can't recall,
investigating. And when you see the photo, you indicated to Detective Brandenburg that you believed possibly he'd worn the same clothing at one of his check-ins.
Yeah, correct. I do recall him wearing similar clothing when he reported to my office.
Similar clothing, what do you mean by similar?
He had pretty distinctive shoes, as I recall, certain Air Jordans or something like that.
Air Jordans are distinctive?
I would say so.
You know what number? Number Jordans. You have Air Jordans, they all come by number.
For sure. Well, I believe they were Air Jordan 5s.
Okay, there you go.
Right.
So you'd only been supervising him on the second supervision for about 2 to 3 months.
As I can recall, roughly around there.
You'd seen him maybe 7 or 8 times.
Yeah, roughly.
Did you have any issue with the video, given that you couldn't ascertain whether he had dreads in that video?
I don't recall an issue.
Was there any additional follow-up by Detective Brandenburg in regards to your identification? You provided with any other photographs to compare to the photograph that you were viewing, like a lineup?
No, I recall seeing the photos that we were just looking at.
So he gave you one photo and asked you who it was, correct?
I saw more than one photo, like we just saw,
The same sequence of photos.
along with the video.
Did you see any photos from Secretary of State or any other independent photos to compare? You reviewed all of the videos and making the determination?
We had a session at the parole office where I did review the video, yeah.
No further questions.
Redirect?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
I thank you, Mr. Moffett. You can be excused. Any additional witnesses?
We have no additional witnesses, Your Honor.
Defense calling witnesses today.
Not today, Your Honor. No one's.
Argument.
Your Honor, I gotta, just because there's so much evidence, give me a second.
Take your time.
I got a little presentation, so give me a second here. Because otherwise I don't understand. All right, thank you, Your Honor. I'm prepared whenever the court is.
All right.
Thank you. All right, thank you. The defendant stands before you here on a 7-count felony complaint. The defendant is charged count 1 open murder, count 2 felon in possession, count 3 carrying with unlawful intent, count 4 carrying a concealed weapon, and then 3 corresponding counts of felony firearm. Those 3 counts of felony firearm correspond with the first 3, and of course do not correspond with the carrying a concealed weapon charge. Your Honor, as the court is aware, where we allege open murder, the people do not have to show a probable cause. The probable cause hearing, we do not have to show premeditation and deliberation. The Supreme Court has told us that we only need to show in this case the elements of second-degree murder for a bind over on open murder, and the issue of premeditation and deliberation will pen solidly with a jury. Although in this case, I will indicate, Your Honor, based upon the conduct that we have, going to a specific location, meeting up with people, going directly to the place where the shooting happened, and in 6 minutes perpetrating the shooting and leave, there is certainly ample evidence of premeditation. But again, we only need legality to prove the elements of second-degree murder. And those elements are, first, that the defendant caused the death of DeAndre Campbell, that is, that DeAndre Campbell died as a result of gunshot wounds, and second, that the defendant had one of the necessary states of mind: intent to kill, do great bodily harm, or knowingly or intentionally create a very high risk of death or great bodily harm. Your Honor, the defendant is also charged with felon in possession. I'll direct the court's attention to the fact that we did have a stipulation that the defendant was convicted of a specified felony. So that has already been proven by stipulation. The court would only have to show identification and the fact that the defendant was in possession of a handgun at the time of this incident. Carrying with unlawful intent, Your Honor, again, that the defendant went somewhere with a dangerous weapon and had unlawful intent. And if the court finds probable cause on second-degree murder, certainly that would embody the elements of carrying with unlawful intent. CCW, we have to have a concealed weapon, and then the elements of felony firearm the court is aware of. So I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene as we jump into this, Your Honor, as we jump into did the defendant cause the death of DeAndre Campbell? I think it's important to note, Your Honor, that there was extensive crime scene investigation that was done, even though this was a chaotic scene. And what the ballistics evidence showed was that there were 4 9mm casings fired exactly in the location where we know from the video evidence that this homicide occurred. So it supports very strongly that these were the 4 casings that were fired from the shooter at Mr. Campbell. All of them were 9mm rounds. It's also very consistent, Your Honor, the fact that the victim in this case, Mr. Campbell, was shot 4 times, as Exhibit 1, the autopsy report shows. So we have four fired shell casings, and then we have, of course, 4 injuries to Mr. Campbell. We know, Your Honor, from the autopsy report, again, that there was 4 shots that hit Mr. Campbell's body. It's important to note, Your Honor, as we're looking at the events of what happened, that these were left-sided injuries, and they all struck Mr. Campbell's body from the left side of his body, which is entirely consistent with the video footage that we showed, that it came from a shooter that was standing on foot immediately adjacent to Mr. Campbell to the left side of his body. It was not fired, for example, from that vehicle that had already passed him. We also know, Your Honor, from the autopsy report that these were lethal injuries, that the cause of Mr. Campbell's death was multiple gunshot wounds. And we know that the manner of his death was classified by the medical examiner's office as a homicide. So when we look at element 1, Your Honor, we know that someone caused the death of DeAndre Campbell and did so by the use of gunshot wounds. Before we get to the issue of identification, Your Honor, as it relates to open murder, the second element of second-degree murder is the fact that the defendant had one of 3 or that a person had one of 3 culpable states of mind: the intent to kill, the intent to do great bodily harm, or knowingly or intentionally created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or great bodily harm would be the likely result. The jury instructions tell us that intent can be shown, Your Honor, by what the defendant did, what the person did, what they said, how they acted. And we can also infer from the use of a deadly weapon that their intention was to kill somebody. In this case, Your Honor, when you take a fully loaded 9mm handgun, you hold it in your hand, you load it, you rack it, you point it at another human being, and you point it into their body where their vital organs, like their lung and their heart and their liver, are. And you fire that gun not 1 time, not 2 times, but 3 times and 4 times. Your intention is not to scare them. Your intention is not to cause them great bodily harm. Your intention is to kill them. And that is proven in this case by the standard that is necessary to meet probable cause. So we know that the defendant, or excuse me, we know that an individual caused the death of DeAndre Campbell. And when they caused that death, Your Honor, they had an intention to kill. And that satisfies the elements of second-degree murder, but for the final element, which is identification. And we know, Your Honor, that identification can be proven by both direct and circumstantial evidence. So we don't have to have an eyewitness who stood there and says, Montez Hopkins, I watched, pull the trigger and shoot DeAndre Campbell. We could, if we wanted to, just simply show circumstantial evidence in this case. We have a combination of both direct and circumstantial evidence, Your Honor, which establishes probable cause that the defendant is identified as the person who shot and killed DeAndre Campbell with the intention to kill. As we look at identification, Your Honor, I want to start talking about this Nissan Rogue vehicle. Your Honor, we know that the defendant was pulled over in the Nissan Rogue vehicle after DCI connected Tara Trentham to this defendant. They went to her location of her residence. We know that she has a Nissan Rogue vehicle. The defendant was found in it and that he was arrested on it on a parole violation. We know that the defendant was booked. And in a very important picture of People's Exhibit 9, Your Honor, we see not only the defendant wearing a black hoodie and jeans consistent with the type of clothing that he's wearing at the time of the shooting, but he also stands in a very, very unique physical manner. Most people do not stand in this manner. This is an extremely identifiable manner of standing, which we will see consistent throughout the entirety of the photographs. Identification continues. We know from Tara Trentham, who was obviously a hesitant witness here today, became a hostile witness, but we got her both trying to conceal the fact that the defendant was in her vehicle, but also then admitting that the defendant took her vehicle, was in that Nissan Rogue vehicle, and had it between the hours of at least 1 and 4:30. But Ms. Trentham's lying, because we know on the flock cameras that vehicle is seen near South Pennsylvania Avenue, nowhere near East Lansing at 4:30 in the morning. So again, she's not telling the full story. But what we know from Ms. Trentham is that the defendant was in possession of that Nissan Rogue vehicle in this case. And why is that significant, Your Honor? Because the video evidence that we see in the excerpt from People's 41, that vehicle that arrives at that location about 20 minutes before the shooting, that's exactly consistent with that Nissan Rogue. It's got the same faceplate. It's got that same license plate. Multiple officers identified it as consistent, and we've seen photographs that show that it is consistent circumstantially with the same vehicle the defendant was in that particular night. We know that the vehicle was processed, Your Honor. We know that it does match the vehicle that was seen pulling into the parking lot that night. We know that there's more than just a casual connection of this vehicle to Mr. Hopkins, because there's in fact food receipts from even the night before where he's using this vehicle on the 19th. We then have the excerpt from the Waverly Place Apartments, Your Honor, and that video really tells the whole story. It tells the whole story about multiple things. First of all, it shows us that the shooter arrives at that party. He marks Mr. Campbell. He walks directly to Mr. Campbell. He walks directly up next to him. He takes that gun that's fully loaded and racked in his pocket, and he holds it out, and he fires that gun at Mr. Campbell 4 times. But there's more, Your Honor. We know that there was a meetup prior to this particular shooting where we believe this was a planned shooting, where 2 individuals went into this location, saw Mr. Campbell at this location, marked him at this location. The group splits, and then they meet up again and enter into the area. We know that the shooter from the PowerPoint that I'm just clicking through here is the person in the black hoodie who's standing. We can see the smoke coming out of the gun. We can see Mr. Campbell being shot, left-sided shooting. We can flick all the way through this. And we know from the still photographs that we have very unique identifying physical characteristics of the shooter. So we have 2 photographs from the meetup where the defendant is standing in a very unique manner, and we see right in the middle of the booking photo, the known booking photo. It matches exactly. That physical characteristic matches exactly. It matches size. It matches clothing, it matches appearance, it matches facial appearance, it matches the way he stands. We don't even need an identifying witness to come in here, Your Honor. Circumstantially, when you look at these photographs, when you know this guy, the shooter, is the one shooting at the scene, you compare it to the booking photo, that's obviously this defendant, Montez Hopkins. So circumstantially, identification of the shooter is made in this case. And I think what is particularly interesting, Your Honor, is the comparison between the booking photo and then the shooter that we see at 3:45 in the morning standing there again in an extremely unique manner, feet out to the side just moments before he perpetrates this homicide. And finally, Your Honor, I think as just sort of the cherry on the top of this sundae here, not only do we have circumstantial evidence establishing Mr. Hopkins as the shooter, but someone who knows him very well, his parole agent, who he's seen multiple times over a period of multiple years, who identifies, first of all, that unique physical characteristic, has just come into court. He's pointed at him. He said, look, I saw these exact pictures, and without hesitation, I can positively identify this person as Montez Hopkins. Montez Hopkins, who then went into this party with his gun concealed in his hoodie pocket, who shouldn't have been in possession of it because he's a felon, who had it loaded, racked, pointed it, discharged with the intent to kill. And that proves these elements, Your Honor, by the standard necessary for bind over. So we believe we have met our burden of proof. And if the court has additional questions, I can reserve that for the time of my rebuttal. Thank you.
This case, there were 300 people approximately on the scene, and the state still does not have an independent witness to testify as to seeing the shooting or identifying the shooter. It's all based upon surveillance and media evidence, which shows the deceased walking after the person who's purported to be Mr. Hopkins prior to the shooting. What's noticeable from the testimony today is that it was testified to by Ms. Lopez that there was a blue vehicle that was in the picture that Mr. Campbell had some friends that he did some discussions with or some interaction with, that is in the direction that Mr. Campbell was walking when the shooting occurred. Also from the shooting, it appears there's some type of interaction or altercation that occurs. Either definitely between Mr. Campbell and who's purported to be Mr. Hopkins, but also the individuals in the Honda Pilot that are right in the middle of the entire scene that wasn't followed up on from an investigatory standpoint. Now, the ID is questionable as a result of the individuals that are involved all having prior occurrences with Mr. Hopkins. Detective Brandenburg was working violent crimes and he did Nighthawk. Officer Bush was working violent crimes. He did a Nighthawk. And the parole officer, Moffitt, had also participated in Nighthawks with the detective and officer. So they all have some prior knowledge that lends it to them making the determination on an identification that it was Mr. Hopkins. As far as the gate is concerned, on the stance, there is some differences. If you look at the pictures, there's more in one picture than the other, and using gate in and of itself, I think is speculative as far as an identification is concerned. The Nissan Rogue there is no definitive evidence that shows that a Nissan Rogue was on the scene. What we have is evidence that's circumstantial. The headlights look the same, although almost every car who has fog lights, they're below the normal lights. So that's not that weighty from an evidentiary standpoint. But further, the front license plate also saying that they can't definitively say that's the same license plate. All they can say is that there's a front license plate that's reflected on the car. So it's, again, circumstantial, but it's also attenuated along with the identification and without any other evidence besides questionable identifications from law enforcement. This case shouldn't be bound over.
All right, thank you. Does the court have any questions for the people on any of the evidence or any of the elements? If not, I have no further comment.
I don't have any questions. Ready?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, today is the conclusion or the beginning and conclusion of a preliminary examination for you, Mr. Montez Hopkins. And for your information, the purpose of the preliminary examination is for the prosecution to establish that they have sufficient probable cause that the felonies that you've been charged with were committed, and then probable cause sufficient to charge you as the person who allegedly committed those felonies. This is not a trial. They don't need to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a very, very low burden of proof here. It's more than mere suspicion, which, as you can have heard, the arguments here is that we're relying on a lot of suspicion. as it relates to some of the elements or evidence that's been presented. But that's all they have to establish is more than mere suspicion. The court at this time is the sole determiner of any credibility issues. We did have a hostile witness today. And then the court will make a determination based off of the circumstances and evidence presented today as to whether or not there's sufficient evidence to move this case forward to the circuit court for a trial. You've been charged here in count one again with homicide, open murder, statutory short firm. We've gone through the elements. I had testimony today first from Officer Jake Ellis from VCI, from Lansing Police Department. He states that on or about July 20th, 2025, he was assigned to night shift patrol between 8 p.m. and 6:30 in the morning. And he was patrolling in the area of the north end of the city. He was operating with a recruit, that being a Catherine Rogers. That he at approximately 2:42 in the morning was dispatched to the area of 3200 North Waverly Place Apartments. It was described that Waverly Park Apartments has separate entrances, or I guess streets that it's adjacent to, that both being Waverly addresses and Wilson addresses. The first or initial response was for a loud noise complaint due to a party or outdoor gathering that was going on in the area. Multiple officers responded to that area. When Officer Ellis arrived, he described there to be somewhere between 200 to 300 people. He said there was lots of music and that people seemed to be trying to store or hide their alcohol as officers were there. Officers made some contact with some individuals trying to dismantle or break up the gathering. That was unsuccessful. I think they were able to clear much of the scene by, he says, 3:20 and left the scene. It sounds like on or about the same date time at approximately 3:43 in the morning, there was a second dispatch to the same area, again regarding the party, but this time with a report of potential potential concerns about a physical fight or altercation. Officers again were in route, it sounds like, to that location when they received a third dispatch approximately 3:48, and at this point it was for a possible shooting. Officers Officer Ellis actually and the other officers arrived. Officer Ellis testified that he located a victim which she believed to be unconscious or not breathing at the time, laying near in between two vehicles, that there was a young lady attempting to perform a CPR or resuscitative measures on the subject, that the officers then took over to try to perform CPR. And Lansing Fire Department later arrived, and the victim was transported to the hospital immediately. Victim later being determined deceased. The officer who testified, Officer Alice, testified that the scene appeared chaotic. There was lots of screaming, hundreds of people yelling. He described shell casings being located approximately 20 yards from where the body of the deceased was located. Officers expanded the crime scene based on where these shell casings were located. The scene was secured until CSI could appear and do their investigation. We did have testimony again of a Mercedes Lopez. She purports to be the girlfriend of the deceased, the victim in this case, and she testified or placing herself and the victim at the location of Waverly Park Apartments on the date and time in question. That location again of Waverly Park Apartments is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, or within a 1-mile radius, making venue in this court appropriate. The witness, Ms. Lopez, did testify, although she had heard several shots, she did not visualize the shooter, so she could not identify the shooter. We later did have testimony from a Tara Trentham, I believe is how her name is pronounced. She testified that she was related to the person in this courtroom identified as Mr. Montez Hopkins, that she considers him like her brother. She did indicate during her testimony that she had provided or given permission for her vehicle to be operated by Mr. Hopkins on the date in question, albeit portions of her testimony the court did find to lack credibility due to the fact that the court believes she's a hostile witness. I'm positive she probably didn't want to come in here and testify against the person that she believes to be, or that she considers her brother. But under the circumstances that she didn't want to find herself in trouble, I believe she reported today on the subpoena. And so she identified her vehicle. She explained that she had provided her car to Mr. Hopkins, that he did indicate that he would be going to the Lansing Shuffle, that later he called to check up on her approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, and then called her again shortly thereafter, at this time with directions to listen to the police scanner to see what direction they were going, they being the police, and that he was concerned that people might be looking for him. She testified that the reason why she was looking for or listening to the scanner was because her vehicle lacked insurance. She said that she later transported the defendant to work. She described that he was wearing work clothes when she saw him. It was some back and forth, or some inconsistency, I should say, about her testimony about what the defendant was wearing, whether or not it was black jeans and jeans and a hoodie, or pants and a hoodie. It sounds like it was some jeans and a hoodie that he was wearing at the date and time that she transported him to work. Officers questioned or attempted to question many witnesses, and there was a bunch of people allegedly talking or identifying Montez. It sounds like Officer Bush reported also on the July 24th that he had a request from Detective Brandenburg to locate the subject, Montez Deshaun Hopkins. Sounds like that was unrelated to this, but maybe to a parole warrant that was outstanding, and that the detective shared pictures also from the scene, with Officer Bush, and Officer Bush was to locate Mr. Hopkins for Detective Brandenburg. There were flock cameras that were reviewed that identified a vehicle that the court has also reviewed those pictures and reviewed the evidence via the Polycom. The vehicle fits the description of the vehicle that was described first by Ms. Trentham as the vehicle that she owned, but then also it fits is similar in type, size, and model to a vehicle that is seen in the scene of the alleged shooting incident. We had testimony from Detective Brandenburg, who seems to try to weave all of the remaining evidence together. So when we take the elements as the prosecutor so aptly has laid out, again, the people would need to prove, at least to a probable cause standard, that the defendant, and that defendant in this case being Montez Hopkins, caused the death of Mr. Campbell, and that Mr. Campbell has died as a result of, in this case, an action taken by Mr. Hopkins. A second, that the defendant had one of these 3 states of mind: that the defendant intended to kill, intended to do great bodily harm to Mr. Campbell, or that he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that the death or such harm would likely result from the actions. And third, that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduced it to a lesser crime. We don't have any testimony as it relates to any defense or anything that could have reduced the action. So that's not something the court is going to necessarily need to address at this point. But taking the first element, that the defendant caused caused the death, the question is whether or not the court believes that the person identified by the pictures that was presented in People's Exhibits 46 through, I believe, 50. Actually, I have 49, that those pictures would be the person identified here in the court, which is also the person that is appears to be in People's Exhibit 9. We had testimony from a parole probation officer, Mr. Moffitt, from the Michigan Department of Corrections. He said he has supervised the defendant, Mr. Hopkins, for quite some time. He is the person that helped identify, I believe, the defendant by these still photos, being very familiar with Mr. Montez Hopkins, because of course he sees him regularly. He describes similarities in even how the defendant is dressed, and stating that in the photos that are seen from the alleged incident, that though the articles of clothing that was worn is similar to clothing that he had seen the defendant wear before, maybe during a report time. But even if I didn't have that testimony from Mr. Moffitt, I have pretty good eye vision. It's actually perfect. And I look at these pictures. The stance is the most striking thing that is pointed out. It's not a common stance. When I look at the way that the defendant is standing, I look at the jeans. The jeans are very similar in style to the jeans seen here in the lockup photo of People's Exhibit 9. Even where the jeans land on the suspect's body is similar. The size being several sizes too small in both photos. Well below the waistline in both photos, with the very peculiar stance. Those are enough factors to satisfy probable cause. But I could look at the face, even though there's a hoodie here, especially in People's Exhibit 46, because I think that's a pretty good still photo. And there's a very striking and or identical resemblance in facial structure in this photo to the photo in People's 9. So does the court believe that there is sufficient evidence to identify Mr. Hopkins as the person to allegedly have committed this action? The court is satisfied that there is sufficient evidence to do that. We have, again, a video that shows the person with that similar clothing, similar stance in the area where the victim was. And we see, although we never see an actual firearm, we can see the muzzle flashes coming through a pocket of the hooded sweatshirt or the sweatshirt. There are 4 shell casings that are later located within a 20-yard radius from the body, in the location consistent with where the video shows the interaction taking place. The victim having 4 gunshots. I think that the elements of second-degree murder or open murder are satisfied in this case. The court will bind over count 1 for further prosecution. Count 2, weapons possession by prohibited persons. There was, of course, a stipulation as to a prior conviction. Based on the testimony and the evidence, the court is satisfied that there is sufficient probable cause as to count 2, weapons, firearms possession by a prohibited person. There's weapons dangerous, carrying for unlawful intent, and then there's carrying concealed weapons. Again, we never saw the firearm, but again, we saw the muzzle flashes, and then obviously, based on the circumstances, there was four shell casings later located, and someone deceased from gunshot wounds. And so the court is satisfied for counts 3 and 4 that there's sufficient evidence to support probable cause. Counts 5, 6, and 7 of felony firearm is sufficient to be bound over to accompany counts 1 through 3. 1 through 3, and it will be bound over as a habitual offender third offense notice. Bind over date is going to be February 4th. That's the date the circuit court's going to receive this file. It's not a date you need to appear in court. Your next court date is going to be a pretrial in circuit court unless for some reason your attorney would like to make a motion to have you rearranged at circuit court, okay? Okay. Okay. So you'll have a pretrial date. Mr. Perone will be made aware of that pretrial date, and then you'll be appropriately rated for that purpose if you're still in custody of the Michigan Department of Corrections at that time. Do you have any questions for the court? Okay, looks like bond was denied per Michigan Court Rule 6.106. That will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing for the people. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
If everybody can have a seat, please, while he's escorted out. Counsel, if you want to approach for your exhibit.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
My work is on it. When I'm ready to question, it's about to turn off.